Good evening, all. Welcome to the November 13th edition of the Town of Garner Planning Commission. We'll go ahead and start with a roll call.
Good evening, Commissioners. I will call the roll. Gina Avik could not be here tonight, so I will call John Blasco.
Here.
Ralph Carson.
Here.
Ann Hodges.
Here.
Philip Jefferson.
Here.
Sherry Phillips could not be here tonight, so I will call Michael Voiland.
Here.
And that's 5 members present.
All right, thank you. We have a quorum, so that's good. Next on the agenda is the invocation.
Bow our heads if you are able. Lord, we thank you for the day that you provided for us to do the work of the town of Garner. We ask that this be a time of reflection and listening, review of where we are as a town, our needs as a town, our needs for our residents, our needs for growth. Allow this to be an evening of conversation. Allow us to learn and grow to allow our town to be the best town that it can be. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda.
Okay, I will call the vote. John Blasco.
Aye.
Ralph Carson.
Aye.
Ann Hodges.
Aye.
Philip Jefferson.
Aye.
And Michael Voiland.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Next on the agenda are the minutes from the October 9th meeting. Any discussion or motion?
I'll move that we adopt the minutes as printed. I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the minutes as presented.
Okay, I will call the vote. John Blasco.
Aye.
Ralph Carson.
Aye.
Ann Hodges.
Aye.
Philip Jefferson.
Aye.
And Michael Voiland.
Aye.
And that's unanimous.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to our new business of the evening. A couple housekeeping notes. For those who intend to speak for any of these applications, there is a sign-in sheet right outside the doors and to my right as you walk out the doors. So if you intend to speak, please make sure you fill that out. Just as a reminder, this is not a scheduled public hearing. However, we do really value the public's input, and we will let you all speak to some extent. The way we typically conduct our meetings, we have a staff overview of the agenda item, usually followed by a applicant presentation and or discussion, comments and questions by Planning Commission. Then we will open it up to the public to speak. We do ask that proponents and opponents each take 10 minutes to speak or so. And we request that you all elect a speaker if possible to make those comments so that we do not have repetitive comments. That will get us out of here faster, get you all out of here faster, and avoid, hopefully, things we want to avoid. And we ask that everyone please remain respectful throughout the evening. We know some cases can be contentious, so respect is the word. Followed by that, we will have further discussion and votes by the commission. And with that, we will move forward. So our first order of business tonight is CZMP 2301, Dewar Light Industrial.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is CZMP 2301, Dewar Light Industrial. The applicant is Alex Hale of Windsor Commercial. The owner is Dewar Properties 2, LLC. The tract is approximately 3.75 acres along East Garner Road, and this is a Tier 2 conditional rezoning request, which is a written conditions and master plan rezoning. The request is to rezone from a combination of residential 2, light industrial, and 2 light industrial conditional districts, LIC 14 and LIC 73, to light industrial conditional C 271, for the development of an additional shell building. Here is an aerial of the site, so you can see I-40 just to the plan right of the site. There's East Garner Road Middle School. some existing single-family, and some existing industrial properties as well. Here is a photo of the current existing conditions of the site. You can see the existing building, which is proposed to remain. So to the north is heavy industrial, which is S.T. Wooten Company. That's also associated with the quarry on the other side of I-40 there. To the south is a combination of light industrial and R2, which is industrial and that East Garner Middle School property there. To the east is more of the S.T. Wooten Company, and then to the west is the R2 and R4 single family. Here is the most recent zoning history for the area, which has also been outlined in your staff report. So the existing zoning is R2, which is a district established to accommodate low-density single-family homes further away from non-residential areas, as well as light industrial, which is intended to provide for a limited range of low-intensity industrial uses. The property does fall within the Commercial Highway Overlay District and the Limited Access Overlay District. They have additional development standards applicable to non-residential development. None of the prohibited uses are proposed for this use. So the applicant has proposed a few zoning conditions to go along with this application. You can see the permitted use table here. So under civic and institutional, they would be allowing assemblies, civil service fraternal clubs, lodges, and similar uses, higher education, ambulatory health and emergency care facilities, also religious institutions, indoor athletic and entertainment facilities, outdoor athletic and entertainment facilities, and then various office uses, a convenience store, personal or professional services, sales and retail, a commercial parking lot, self-storage or mini-storage, veterinarians, and vehicle sales and service. Under the industrial category, they are allowing for flex space, other light industrial, manufacturing, warehousing, or transportation, microbrewery or microdistillery, wholesale sales, and industrial manufacturing or production with indoor operations only. They're also allowing for some minor utilities and a commercial greenhouse. The applicant is also proposing that 100% of plant material will be native species, and that EFS will be limited to 25% of the building. SCM fences will be black aluminum picket type. So the overall neighborhood character, this area is a mix of industrial and civic or institutional and residential uses. Industrial is the most prominent land use in the area with the S.T. Wooten and the Martin Mariota Quarry along East Garner Road. The residential is limited to single-family homes closer to the intersection of East Garner and Jones Sausage Roads. It's heavily influenced by the presence of East Garner Middle School across the road from this site. There are also some traffic counts provided for you. It's anticipated that this project would have the same amount of frontage as currently existing, so that 270 feet on East Garner Road. The applicant did hold 2 neighborhood meetings. So the first was held in March of 2023 at the Garner Senior Center, and there were 18 people in attendance. The second was held in August of this year, and there were 4 people in attendance. And those meeting summaries should have been provided to you with your staff report materials. So as I said, the area is approximately 3.75 acres. There is an existing 5,000 square foot building which will remain, and then the proposed 16,000 square foot building, which is that industrial shell building. The minimum lot width is 100 feet, the front setback is 50 feet, the side setback is 25 feet, and the rear setback is 50 feet. The corner side is 35, and the maximum height is 50 feet. Here is the proposed master plan. You can see the existing building here on the on the southern portion of the property. There is a 55-foot buffer between this district and the residential. There is a buffered stream along the northern boundary, and then the proposed building here, which has a loading area, as well as the SCM and the dumpster enclosure. And then along the frontage of East Garner Road would be a 10-foot multi-use path. This project will have 2 points of access off of High Hope Lane, which is an existing 50-foot private access easement off of East Garner Road. A cross-access easement will be provided on the western property line for possible connection with future development along East Garner Road. Curb, gutter, and that 10-foot multi-use path will also be required on the street frontage. Tree canopy cover is a sliding scale of 12 to 14%, which will be met with preservation of existing tree canopy. The 25-foot perimeter buffer along the boundary overlaps with the existing buffered stream, and then there is that 55-foot perimeter buffer on the western boundary. Street trees will be provided approximately every 40 feet along all streets and driveways. There is no requirement for parks and open space with this commercial development. And there are no FEMA designated floodplains, but there is that buffered stream and associated wetlands that I mentioned. Water and sewer service will be provided by City of Raleigh. Water will connect the existing main and East Garner Road, and sewer service will tie into existing lines just to the west of the site along East Garner Road via force main. At preliminary plat, staff will review the lighting, the stormwater, water lines, hydrant spacing, landscaping, and parking to ensure those are being met. So your charge here tonight is to determine plan consistency, and these are the three plans that we ask that you consider. So the 2018 Garner Forward Comprehensive Plan, the 2010-2018 Garner Transportation Plan, and the Parks, Recreation, Greenways, and Cultural Resources Master Plan. So for the future land use map, the site of the request is designated as a light industrial center, which is intended to support small to medium scale on-site manufacturing and production uses, including warehousing, light manufacturing, distribution, medical research, laboratory, and assembly operations. So staff has determined that this is consistent with the future land use plan. 2018-2010 Garner Transportation Plan. The project will have 2 points of access on High Hope Lane, a private access easement, curb, gutter, and a multi-use path will be required along East Garner Road. With those improvements, the project may be considered consistent with the transportation plan. The site is not designated in a parkland search area, so with the sidewalk requirement being upgraded to that 10-foot asphalt side path, this proposal would be considered consistent with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan. Project went to public hearing on October 17th. There were questions about if this project would impact John Sausage Road and clarifying what the new building would be used for, which was confirmed to be a flex space for the current user of the site. The Town Council closed the public hearing and voted 5-0 to refer the item to you for plan consistency review. Next step will be that this project will go back to Town Council for their final action. And so for tonight, the consistency statement that we propose is that this request to rezone 3.75 acres from residential to light industrial conditional LIC 14, and light industrial conditional LIC 73 to light industrial conditional LIC 271 for the development of an industrial shell building as enumerated in the applicant's proffered use conditions is consistent with the Town of Garner's adopted plans, including the future land use maps designation of light industrial center. The recommended motion is written for you in your staff report. And the applicant is here to say a few words and answer any questions.
All right, thank you. If the applicant wants to speak, please remember to state your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, good evening. My name is John Frazier. I'm located at 8951 Harvest Oaks Drive, Suite 205 in Raleigh, 27615. I'm the project civil engineer and representing the applicant and property owner. And Ashley did a great job covering our request. I'll just kind of briefly follow up to explain a little bit about why we're making the request, why we're here tonight. As Ashley mentioned, there are 4 total parcels in the request. 3 of those parcels are currently owned by Dewar Properties and are zoned those light industrial zonings that you saw. The 4th is a 1/4 acre of the adjacent property that's the R2 zoning. when we first began working with Dewar Properties, we were looking only at the properties they own, the light industrial properties, and just working with them on some layout options for this additional building that they wanted. We recognize that the shape of those existing properties creates somewhat of a pinch point in terms of being able to really provide a good layout for the property. So Mr. Dewar approached the adjacent owner about acquiring that additional quarter acre from them. It's currently unused and vacant. And with that additional quarter acre, it kind of alleviates that pinch point and just creates a better overall layout. And if you'll notice on the plan, that quarter acre is going to remain almost entirely buffered and wooded, except for a portion of it that'll have some of the stormwater control measure. So all the development will still kind of be over along the High Hope Lane side of the property. And what the project does is allows us to bring the whole site up to code. So not just the new building, but we'll have paved parking around the existing building, pedestrian connectivity to Garner Road. We'll have frontage improvements along Garner Road, including the multi-use path. And we'll be able to meet the other applicable Garner code requirements for the entire property. So we feel like it's a good layout and a good fit for this area and this little light industrial pocket. But I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all may have.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant or for staff?
I'm not quite sure if it's for staff or for the applicant, but regarding the neighborhood meeting on March 23rd, I was reading something and it kind of confused me a bit. At that meeting, the notes show a question about the timing of development. And in the answer, it reads, quote, "Townhome construction would likely take another 6 months after completion of the infrastructure." Townhome?
That was a typo that we have since corrected with Ashley in the minutes. So there are current minutes that reflect that the schedule is correct, but it was just a typo in the
It's just the
response.
word townhome kind of threw me.
Absolutely. No intent, as you can see, with the
Okay.
use table for any townhomes here.
Okay, fine.
Carson? Ms. Hodge? Mr. Jefferson?
Not at the moment.
All right, I have two questions. One, I think specifically for the applicant, and this is just really a point of clarification. On the graphic that we see in front of us, there's that little piece kind of at the intersection of High Hope and Garner Road. Is that not your property or is that your property? I'm just a little confused.
That is just a jog of the right-of-way there, so that's
Oh,
not our
okay.
property. That's
Gotcha.
why that's reflected that way.
Okay, yeah, looking at the IMAPS version, looked like it covered the whole thing, so I just wanted to clarify. Second question is, and this may be better for staff, maybe not. In the permitted use table, you have greenhouse, nursery, commercial, but then in the overlay districts, that says the prohibited use is commercial greenhouse operations. Could we?
It would fall under the UDOs, so if it's prohibited, then it would be prohibited.
Okay.
I think there are kind of some different language from the old ordinance that maybe didn't get carried over for that, so.
I just want to make sure that we're not allowing something in the permitted use table that really isn't allowed. So just make sure that's
You can have that corrected.
corrected. So that was all I had.
Thank you.
Jefferson? Contemplative.
No, I actually don't have a whole lot to say this time.
Well, so that way we may have something, well, actually, I'm sorry. Is there anyone in attendance, thank you, Mr. Fraser. Is there anyone in attendance who'd like to speak in opposition of this project? Anyone in attendance who'd like to speak in favor of the project? All right, seeing none, so that we have something to discuss, is there a motion on the floor?
I'll make a motion.
For? Motion for?
Motion for, I move that the planning commission accept the consistency statement detailed in section 6 of this report as their own written recommendation regarding the consistency of the request with the town's adopted land use plans and recommend approval of CZ-MP-23-01 to town council, as this application is consistent with the 2018 Garner Forward Plan, the 2018 Garner Transportation Plan, and the Parks and Rec Master Plan.
Have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second for recommendation for approval. Any discussion?
I can call the vote. John Blasco,
Aye.
Ralph Carson,
Aye.
Jehan Hodges. Philip Jefferson,
Aye.
and Michael Voiland.
Aye.
And that's unanimous.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Moving on to our next case, CZ 2301 Jones Sausage Road Assemblage.
Okay, this is CZ 2301 Jones Sausage Road Assemblage. This is a Tier 1 request to conditionally rezone 2.76 acres from residential 4 and commercial mixed use to commercial mixed use conditional CMX 270. So Tier 1 applications are those that just provide the written conditions and do not provide any site-specific plan. The applicant is Garner PBX LLC, Jones Sausage 2. They are also the owner of the property, and the site is located along the intersections of Jones Sausage, Martin Branch, and Tharrington Roads. Here is an aerial of the site location. So you can see I-40 runs just to the plan right of this. You can also see there's an existing gas station to the south. Some residential properties. This is the Hunter's Mark subdivision, as well as some other industrial, and the Amazon facility is just south on Jones Sausage Road off this page. Here is a street view of the current existing conditions. So to the north is a combination of CMX and residential, and it is vacant. To the south is R4, and it's vacant and residential. To the east is CMX, which is commercial. And to the west is R4 residential. The zoning history for the area has been provided in your staff report, but you can see there are a number of rezonings dating back to 1997, with the most recent of which being in 2018. Applicant has proposed a number of conditions for the CMX 270 district. They have limited their permitted uses from a list of 60 generally permissible in the CMX district to 15. So those include hotel and motel, medical office and other office uses not listed, restaurants both sit down and with drive-through, convenience stores with and without fuel sales, personal and professional services, banks and financial institutions, sales and retail, a microbrewery, minor utility, and concealed telecommunications facility. At the discretion of the Town of Garner Engineering Department and prior to issuance of a building permit and/or recordation of the subdivision plat, the property owner will dedicate a sign easement adjacent to Jones Sausage Road right-of-way, sufficient for a 60 square foot community service sign. So this would be similar to some of the Welcome to Garner type signs that you see in other areas of town. Tractor units and semi-trailer trucks shall not be permitted to park between the primary buildings and Jones Sausage Road except when loading or unloading goods or equipment or refueling on site. To the extent that tractor units or semi-trucks are permitted to park elsewhere on the property, the parking areas will be screened from adjoining properties, and the tractor units will be required to shut off their engines while parked. Following uses would provide 2 EV charging stations regardless of building size. So that would be the hotel or motel, and the office uses including medical office. Exterior building materials for the principal buildings will be limited to brick, simulated stone, concrete masonry, cementitious siding, wood, metal, and/or glass. Corrugated metal panels and vinyl siding will not be installed on any building exterior. Each principal structure will have a stone or simulated stone wainscoting along the base of the building at least 36 inches in height. Metal poles or supports for canopy structures and freestanding signs will be boxed or otherwise screened. The front facade of any primary building shall include at least one tower or similar feature, that extends vertically at least 18 inches above the roof line. This project does fall within the limited access overlay, which applies to either side of I-40 and as well as the future I-540. The rezoning site is subject to additional standards of that overlay district, which would be applied during any site-specific vesting plan. Overall neighborhood character. The site is located at the intersection of Martin Branch, Tharrington, and Jones Sausage Road across from Speedway LLC. Jones Sausage Road is transforming into a 4-lane collector roadway and handles high volumes of traffic during morning and afternoon peak hours. Jones Sausage Road connects to I-40 to neighborhoods, schools, and commercial industrial development further along Jones Sausage Road, and ultimately to other minor collectors such as East Garner, New Rand, and Creech Roads. There was no TIA required at this time. However, we have provided some just general traffic counts for some context for you. The applicant did hold a neighborhood meeting, and the neighborhood meeting was held on March 30th at Garner Senior Center with 2 people in attendance. This project did go to public hearing, so for the first time it went on July 18th, and there were questions about the future land use plan and plan consistency, the staff area plan, development corporation, GEDC's opinion on the plan, the effect of the rezoning on neighboring properties, and issues pertaining to the road network, planned road improvements, and potential signalization. There were comments from the public, including the chairman of the GEDC, and the council voted 5-0 to continue the hearing to a future date. So the meeting was continued on November 6, 2023. There were questions about future road improvements and the potential of signalization. At that time, the council voted unanimously to refer it to you for plan consistency. The Garner Economic Development Corporation did provide a statement between those 2 meetings, so they received an update at one of their meetings and then provided this statement. At the July 17th, 2023 Town Council public hearing, the Garner Economic Development Corporation expressed concern about the rezoning of the Jones Sausage Assemblage due to lack of information about the rezoning and the fact that the GEDC was planning a land use and transportation study for a larger area, including this assemblage. Since that time, GEDC has advanced its study and is close to issuing a proceed order to a consultant team, and further, the GEDC has a better understanding of the rezoning request and a comfort level about working with the property owner during the GEDC study. The owner of the Jones Sausage Assemblage will be invited to be a member of the study's property owner stakeholder committee, and the GEDC understands the need for proceeding with the rezoning and the public hearing and has no objection. So when you are reviewing plan consistency tonight, we ask that you consider the 2018 Garner Forward Comprehensive Plan. Staff reviewed this plan and determined that it is inconsistent with the future land use map's designation of an employment campus, which is a category that is intended to include master planned employment centers that share parking areas, common access points, and managed oversight of tenants. And it may include support functions common to business such as transportation, loading, meeting and office spaces, and warehouse facilities. Other uses similar to those would be found in the light industrial center category. We did provide some additional commentary, so while the request is inconsistent with the land use recommendations, staff offers that it is a reasonable request that could be made for this application. And the reasons the commission may wish to discuss in addition to your own is that the majority of the site is already zoned as commercial mixed use, which would allow all of the proposed uses, and the areas effectively being changed would be an extremely minor extension of that existing zoning. And the offered conditions providing for additional screening, a welcome sign easement, and elevated architectural standards aim to support the GEDC small area plan as a backdoor to Garner. So the next step in the process would be to return to Town Council for a reasonableness determination. Consistency statement is here and has been provided in your staff report. So this request to rezone approximately 0.17 acres from residential 4 and 2.59 acres from commercial mixed use to commercial mixed use conditional CMX C270 is inconsistent with the Town of Garner's adopted plans, including the future land use maps designation of employment campus due to the limited commercial uses proposed in zoning conditions. Staff could see a reason for supporting the case, and so we encourage you to discuss specific reasons why or why not you agree with the statement. So the recommended motion has been provided in your staff report, and the applicant has a presentation tonight.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and open the floor to the applicant.
Just get the microphone right. All right. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Toby Coleman with Smith Anderson, 150 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh, here on behalf of the applicant and owner. If you go to the next slide. I'm going to give a background here, and if y'all want me to stop it also. One of the things I think that's important in the context of this rezoning is that in many ways this is a corrective rezoning period. So before the townwide rezoning in July of 2022, as you can see out there on the screen, this entire area was zoned community retail. And if you go to the next slide, what should have happened according to the town, everything that was approved under the ordinance, and according to what the town guidance was, is that the entire area should have been rezoned CMX. That was what was put out in the chart, as you can see on the left, and it was also what the town staff said in the sort of discussion about what it was. There's no intent to upzone or downzone. It was also included in the approved rezoning ordinance that council said that what we're doing is rezoning everything to the most closely corresponding proposed base and overlay zoning district. If you go to the next slide. Instead, what happened was, for reasons that still haven't been explained, a triangle of 0.17 acres of this overall 2.93 acre assemblage, or 2.76 acre assemblage, was zoned R4. My client was not, frankly, paying attention as maybe they should have been during the townwide rezoning. So they didn't catch it when some of the others did, so it didn't get corrected. Instead, they were in the process of trying to sell the land at the end of 2022 when the potential buyer said, wait a minute, this commercial lot you're selling me isn't all commercial. We then went to the town and started talking about the process. If you go to the next slide, one of the concerns that we had and continue to have is that because of this downzoning, that 0.17 acres is virtually undevelopable. It is, residential is really just for residences. There's some limited sort of civic uses, but the types of uses that are allowed on CMX land and resident and R4 do not overlap in general. In addition, to the extent that you want to do private development in R4, you have to build a home, and the town requires that you have a quarter acre. So as a result, you only have 0.17 acres here. As a result, this property is pretty much undevelopable. My client didn't scream. My client didn't run to court. Instead, we went to staff and we went and said, how do we fix this? If you go to the next slide. And so we've been working since January to try to figure this one out. My client obviously would have preferred to go the general use zoning route and just rezone the 0.17 acres. After discussions with staff and staff pointing out that this is in the Northeast Gateway and they wanted to have some sensitivity to that in any rezoning, we agreed to do a conditional use rezoning. And during that process, staff encouraged us to add some conditions, as you saw, related to things like the Welcome to Garner sign and some of the other concerns that had been raised, frankly, through experience. So, for instance, The condition related to trucks idling is mainly just because there is a gas station across the street. There's been some concerns that apparently trucks have a very limited time window to get into the Amazon facility. So there's been complaints about trucks idling. And so in recognition of that, we put in a condition about that because that was one of the permitted uses. I won't go over it, but if you have questions about sort of how things got derailed, it's frankly, I think I'm really glad that ultimately things have gotten back on track because we think this is really working in tandem with GEDC and what the vision is there. If you go to the next slide, I want to address both consistency with the current comprehensive plan, and I know that we're looking at the 2018 plan because that's what's in effect. Jeff, is the clue still sort of on track? I know that it got pulled from the last agenda.
As of right now, it'll be on the agenda for the 21st.
Okay. So I'll also address that because it's very possible that that will be in place, and the clue did materially change the guidance here. So first, under this one, I just want to note, first of all, the R4 zoning is not consistent at all. And what I also want to point out is that, what staff is saying is that there are certain uses in the entire CMX, because we actually limit the number of uses. We go down from there's about 53 uses allowed in the CMX generally. We limit that under our conditions down to about 15. Staff has pointed out that certain of those uses in their mind are inconsistent with the EMC designation. Well, what I want to point out is that the town rezoned this property to commercial mixed use last year. And when the town council did that, and I have a copy of the ordinance here if you'd like to see it, they made a finding that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan. Now, that was townwide, I acknowledge that, but when they did that, they made that finding. And nothing has changed in the last year about that, right? We're still looking at the same comprehensive plan with the same standards. So one of two things has to be true. Either it is consistent under that ordinance, or there's some argument that somehow, they're just talking about it in general, but if they had looked at it in specific, it would have been inconsistent. To which I say, if that is the case, I point you to 160D-605, which says that, and you guys know this, and as does town council, that if you adopt a zoning map amendment that is deemed inconsistent, that has the effect of amending the future land use plan. So I would say either way, because council adopted the 2022 rezoning and rezoned the bulk of the property CMX, and what we're doing in changing 0.17 acres from R4 to CMX and further restricting the uses is not inconsistent with what council did, that this bylaw is consistent. If you go to the next slide. I do want to address briefly just the fact that under the new clue plan, this is also consistent. So apologies for sort of the blurry picture here, but this is a zoomed in picture of the area that we're talking about. As you can see, what has happened is that instead of the prior plan had the entire area north of Jones Sausage Road and east of Hunter's Mark, sort of between Hunter's Mark and I-40 as blue, as this EMC. What Clue does is say, we want the frontage, the front part of that area, of the Northeast Gateway area, to be retail. And so that's the guidance. And so this is consistent. All those uses would be consistent. There's also a site-specific plan included in the Clue, which calls for nodes of commercial uses that could be destinations for residents and workers in the area. There is as was mentioned, in the July meeting, the town is financing a small area study with the GEDC about this, in which their goal is to try to encourage development here and encourage a mix of uses. So again, we want to emphasize that while these conditions that we are proposing, have some uses that staff say may be inconsistent with the EMC, we're actually just reducing the allowed uses under what the bulk of the property is, and really correcting what was clearly a mistake, right? There is everything in the prior zoning, everything in the current comp plan, everything in the clue that's going to take effect, and everything in the Northeast Gateway says that this property should be fully zoned commercial. There was a mistake. We're just trying to correct the mistake. We've worked with staff in recognition that there are some specific interests, and so that's what we've done. And so we hope you will find us consistent, and we are available for, or I'm available for questions.
All right, thank you very much. Before we offer it up to questions and comments, is there a member from the GEDC in attendance tonight?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
They did get an update at their most recent meeting, and Mr. Hodges attended that meeting as well, but they provided that statement and said they had
Just
no
wanted to
further opposition.
Give them an opportunity, since they're somewhat of a stakeholder in this, to speak. So, questions, comments, Ms. Hodges? Come back to you. All right. Mr. Voiland. Questions, comments for staff or the applicant?
All of the tracks in the overall site are vacant, correct, at the moment?
They are vacant. There are some vacant homes, so it's not completely vacant as in no buildings, but there's no occupants. Correct.
No, it was the question on Google Maps. I noticed there are a couple of buildings in the southern tracks, in most southern tracks, and I was just wondering if they were vacant, because there's wording here saying they were vacant, but it didn't say structures or it didn't say the site. So I'm just clarifying that. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, the only two people that showed up at the neighborhood meeting were two women who own some of the properties and actually grew up here. So, and they were the ones that are like, yeah, we should let this rezoning go through. So, there are not very many neighborhood meetings where that's the only feedback I get, so I made sure to include it.
Carson?
Mr. Coleman, just a question. So you're only looking to request a corrective rezoning of that 0.17 acres, but there's another parcel that's on the other side of that CMX sliver. Is there any plan, or do you have any plans to do anything or request anything with that R4 area?
Sure. So if you're looking, I'm looking at the screen. I presume that you have that in front of you. You're talking about that area to the north of the black line?
Yes.
My client doesn't own that property, so they don't have any plans for it. I think it would seem to me that there would need to, as part of any larger plan that the town has related to this area, because I think the town does have some pretty big plans for this area, that there may need to be some overall thought about sort of rezoning some of these portions. But we came to the town and there was some discussion about, could the town do a corrective rezoning? That hasn't, that was not something that we thought was going to happen in the timeline that my client was hoping it would happen. So.
Or the R4, there's no structure.
Correct. It's not even clear. As you can tell, the map is a little bit wonky, right? It is a little unclear how we got all these pizza pieces, but yes, what you can see there on the picture, particularly on the left, is accurate. You've got a couple buildings closer to Jones Sausage, a building, sort of backing up on one of the parcels, but nothing in those little pie pieces. Those little tiny, the 0.17 acres.
I do have a question for staff, just to clarify. DC does not take issue with anything, but they have not issued their proceed order. So are we out of sync in approving this before the proceed order, or based on their no objection, are we okay to consider this?
The latter.
Mr. Carson, I can add a little bit of information if you'd like. The proceed order that they're talking about is an RFP for the Northeast Gateway site, small area study. So it's just a small area study that they're doing. And so they put out an RFP in September. And the reference to the proceed order, as I understand it, is they've gotten close to hiring somebody under that and telling them to go forward. But again, I don't think this rezoning, one of the things that we had a lot of conversations about was we don't see how this rezoning impacts that small area planning, because we're just trying to get closer to what their vision is.
Mr. Jefferson?
You know, from the GEDC's statement, you know, of the not having enough information to help them with their decision making of how this would affect the whole plan, right? I think in my mind I had the same kind of question, like, you know, what, okay, so we reviewed this as a, you know, rezoning. There was a potential sale for it, right? That kind of didn't happen. So I guess, is that going to still happen, or is your client going to retain it and align it with what this RFP may be with GEDC and help us? Is Gateway, I think that's probably one question. I probably have another one. So maybe I'll let you answer that first.
Answer that. Okay. That's a good question. Talked a lot with John about that. And in fact, at some point, we actually even passed along a price that my client would consider selling the property for to GEDC or the town. We didn't get any response. So in other words, we've looked at all options, but ultimately our position, and I think this is, you know, the only reasonable position that a landowner can take is my client wants to sell the property. They have already had one sale spiked, and absent this rezoning to get it back to commercial, which is the highest and best use, they're put in a very difficult place because they've got 0.17 acres that is virtually unusable. And so they're trying to get it rezoned to address that. They shouldn't have to wait for a small area plan that it's a little unclear what it would add to the guidance. Again, if you look at the Clue already has a small area plan for this area. You know, they've put out an RFP for what this small area plan would be from the GEDC. But my understanding is the GEDC is really working with a holistic look at primarily the property to the north of this, what I would call behind it, to try to really activate that in a way, because that's the biggest opportunity area for industrial left in the town. And so they're doing a few things. One of them is, and one of the discussions we had at council, is that there's been a challenge in trying to get a traffic light at Martin Branch there and Jones Sausage because of its proximity to 40. I believe that John Hodges and some others in the town are really doing yeoman's work to try to figure out how to get that done, because they see that as very highly valuable for that sort of whole development of that whole area. So I think that, again, I don't know what the small area plan is, but those are sort of the sort of small bore details that they're really digging into. And, you know, the issue in terms of notice, I don't know. We were never called by the GEDC prior to the meeting. It came as a complete surprise to us, the GEDC, you know, that the chair of the GEDC stood up and spoke up. My understanding was, and Councilor Dellinger said this at the last meeting, was that there was some concern that maybe they didn't get notice. Again, we don't send out notice for public hearings. We did send out the notices, you know, as provided by the town for our neighborhood meeting. So, you know, I don't know. We reached out to the GEDC. I reached out personally to the GEDC the day after the first hearing, and we've had discussions. And so the GEDC's statement, which I didn't know about until the staff report came out, was, I hope, a product of a lot of those discussions. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. There's been a lot behind that question.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, this is probably also another hard question. This might also be a question not only for you, but also for perhaps staff. In our current CMX, with the upwards of 60 uses, 50, 60 uses on that zoning, and we reduced it to 15 for this particular set of tracks. And considering that there's a larger area that is in this EMC, that I don't know, this is probably a staff question, you can't really answer it, to be honest. Is that gonna happen for the other tracks that's part of this as well? Or are we gonna also keep that in our CMX zoning? I don't know who answers that. Because if we rezone this and we reduce these uses, then the other tracks that are supposed to be part of this larger plan, and this one piece has 15, how does that affect the entire study and kind of plan for that as going forward? Does that make sense?
I think so. And there may be a fairly simple explanation or answer for you in terms of there's nothing else zoned CMX on the other side of Tharrington Road. So currently that's all zoned some type of residential. So you're starting with that as your base, not the full 60 uses in CMX, because that's not zone CMX.
And I think as a practical matter, this is purely my opinion, so it's worth exactly how much you paid for it. But the fact that there are zoning conditions offered on this site does not impact what can be done on other sites that are zone CMX. And so given that, I don't think it would impact the analysis. I think that as my guess is that as things develop, one of the challenges here that we've faced is that this is an idea, right? This is the sort of side door. I think they called it the back door that wants to be the side door. I can't remember the exact set of analogies here, but it's some sort of gateway to Garner. And it's going to be something important. And there's a recognition that it needs to feel like more of a gateway than it currently does. And so we were trying to achieve that. There's also a discussion of, well, what should there be there? And our point has been, we're just, most of this property is already zoned CMX. That discussion, can come for another day. Should there be a big discussion about what exactly is there? Sure. And, as Jeff said, I think that because a lot of this is residential to the north and the idea is to turn it into the industrial, there will probably have to be that discussion going forward. I would just posit that for this case, we don't think that this is the case to have that on which to have that discussion.
So the kind of northwest side of Tharrington Road, that's residential, that's zone, what it's zoned, but on the east side, what is zone CMX, that's not part of this owner's tract.
What you see in that graphic to the right, so there's 3 parcels there, actually 4, there's another sliver, but that's the extent of it.
And
They're very access limited. So I think the other thing you have is that portion of the property would be challenging to develop as a Jones Sausage fronting development, because it's, this is the portion of Jones Sausage where you have that diverging diamond interchange that's coming, or is already there, I can't recall. And as a result, there's some significant limits on access on Jones Sausage. So for that portion right there, it is zone CMX. Exactly how it'll develop, I don't think anybody knows because of that sort of access issue.
So what Mr. Triesenberg said, that what happens with this becomes almost a base of what might happen. I mean, that R4 that is on the east side of Tharrington Road.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tharrington, so just to give you a little history too of how the road network there happened and why we have all these slivers. Before 40 was built, Watkins Valley Road went straight out to Jones Sausage. So that intersection was in the ramp area. When I-40 was built, that intersection had to go away. So Therington was built at that time to connect Watkins Valley Road over to Martin Branch so that you could still have access out to Jones Sausage Road. It was just done in a straight shot, irrespective of property lines. Ms. Molly Gallion is the primary property owner, one of the primary property owners out in that area. So she was the owner of pretty much all of what we're talking about, well, at least the R4 pieces. So it cut across her property in a way that made all these funky pieces. But my guess is that it was never completely subdivided formally, or the taxing department kept it all together to just keep sending her one bill. So I think Therington kind of becomes that's one of the things when we're looking, I think, in GEDC is going to be looking at the two sides. I think will be expected to a certain degree to be treated somewhat differently, because it is going to be a divider, but it's also going to be most likely the main point of access into all of that property that's coded as currently as the employment center. So it's not going to, I don't think, it will not stay an insignificant roadway. It'll be a decent visual dividing line.
All right, I have a couple comments, questions. Mr. Coleman, I don't envy you for being in this position, but should have been a simple thing has been clouded by some bigger plans. So if this were in a different part of town, it would have been a slam dunk. Unfortunately, we're not there. One question I have, after listening to the July council meeting, there was a lot of concern expressed from the council about the possibility of a convenience store, gas station going here in this spot at some point. Whether that was a rumor or whether that was speculation or maybe there was something more concrete, I don't know. But was there any discussion with staff or was staff involved in maybe making that an exclusion from the permitted uses table, if that's a big concern of council?
Is that, and my client said, no, we're not willing to do that because that is a significant potential use. Again, my client's view of this is we want to work with the town, but the town made an error here and that we are trying to correct. And while we're working for the town, we're not going to, lose potential value in our property doing that.
I guess a follow-up for staff is, was there kind of, some of the lines, is there, I'm assuming that, if this were approved and one of these permitted uses on this table comes in, it's a by right, no planning commission, no council review, or would something, or is there a use on is there something on the permitted use table that would trigger further review and I don't want to say scrutiny, but scrutiny?
No, I believe all of those are permitted by right in the base table, so that's what we would be carrying forward. So unless a building miraculously was able to be over 100,000 square feet, there would be no further review outside of staff review.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Yeah, I think, again, back to the situation at hand is it's where personally I fall on this is that, yeah, you're right. This is a correction that should be made. The unfortunate part is it's in a very important area to the town. And this is not your fault, your concern even, but just my concern in general is when we passed the 2018 Garner Forward Plan and then turned around and 2 months later approved Amazon, which completely negated the proposed, what was promoted in that document. And then with the further inclusion of some of those other uses along Jones Sausage Road, my fear is we're going to be back in the same boat again. But again, I don't think that's your problem or your concern, but something I think I just want to state for the record, for when council may listen, or if they're listening now. But so I hope that you are sincere and that your client's willing to work with the GEDC and be a stakeholder in that discussion and be at the table, or have them at the table. That's, I think, a step in the right direction. So I appreciate that. I had no further questions for staff or the applicant. Anybody else?
I have a, I guess, curiosity question. For your client, as far as the sale of the land goes, is a small portion that's the R4, as you stated, for housing it'd have to be 1/4 of an acre, so that wouldn't work either. In losing that portion of the sale, is it just harder to sell the land without that portion to it, or is it the thoroughfare to, like, its attachment to Tharrington Road that makes it?
It's the attachment. I don't know that they've run the site plan issues through it, but obviously one of the complicating factors that you would have to work through if you have in addition to having larger setbacks on the site, that make it an even more challenging site. Tharrington is really, DOT is almost certainly not going to let you have access off of Jones Sausage Road. You'll be turning onto Martin Branch. You may or may not have access on Martin Branch. Tharrington makes the most sense for access to that site. If you have an R4 sliver right there, that may create an issue where you may not be able to access for for a commercial use. There's always complications when you're trying to basically run a driveway through a residentially zoned area for a commercial use. And so there was, that there's not been a site plan that's been done, but that is one of the concerns, along with setbacks, buffers, and other things. Basically, it creates a series of issues for the commercially zoned property as well. My client has certainly looked at that because, to be really frank with you, when council voted to indefinitely continue this hearing in a sort of a move that was rather unusual, I was very frustrated. And they were looking for they're sort of like, what do we do? Because we're not getting any answers. So they've looked at that. There's complications.
Right, Tharrington still it's not paved. Gravel road is paved?
Yeah, I think it is paved.
Okay.
But it's a DOT road at this
Okay, I
point.
know there's some areas in that neighborhood that aren't.
I think it would have to be, my guess is it would have to be improved off the top of my head, but you have far more competent engineers up there on the dais than me, undegreed lawyer guy. So
I just think that whatever happens here will affect what happens with that R4 at some point. And so what we do today is going to be precedent for what might happen with that. So it's kind of almost in line with what Mr. Blasco has kind of said. And I'm not saying one should not or other. It just is that we're going to be back at this table again when the other property owners potentially come with the same question. And so I just want us to be aware that
The other properties across Tharrington, there are existing homes and mobile trailers along that area and down Watkins Valley Road as well, so it's not all vacant land across the street.
right, I'm just looking at the R4 on the north side of this property that is adjacent to the CMX on that north side. That's it. If that was not there at all, it would be a lot, I would have a better understanding in how to answer this question. But when and if that next part comes to us in some capacity, this does not affect you in your decision, but it does affect us as a whole, as a planning commission, as we look at the holistic, and we have to make sure that we align similarly.
If I could,
Probably.
I apologize. Could I just say one thing since you're talking about the area to the north? That area is, I believe, larger than a quarter of an acre. Yeah, and so
On it.
I don't know the acreage off the top of my head. Jeff may be looking it up.
It's still lumped in with the property on the other side, because like I say, everything, Watkins Valley was a subdividing road, but Therington was not when it was put through, so it's part of the,
But you can,
Crossing from there on Therington owned by the,
so I would just say, I mean, you can see optically that just from the shape, my guess is that both it's larger than the little triangle we have, and it's a little bit more capable of fitting something on with some setbacks. I would posit that that is a distinction that is important, because again, one of the issues here is that, given the history, the unbuildability, everything else, I mean, you're getting close to a spot zoning here. You're getting close to, again, my client hasn't gone to court, has not made that claim, but, this is this gets into sort of a Nolan and Dolan taking, a regulatory taking sort of thing. And so what we're trying to do is correct that without having that debate, because we don't see a value in that debate. But that's sort of part of the issue here. We appreciate everything else. We appreciate the concerns about the area. We appreciate the concerns that you guys want to be good policymakers. I've told them to expect nothing but less from the town, and that's why we've worked with y'all. And frankly, why we came in with a conditional rezoning as opposed to here's a general use zoning.
it's actually just over a half acre.
land owned all by the same property owner, all the R4, other than his client's land?
The R4 that Mr. Jefferson's been talking about, and then the R4 parcel directly across Therington from there, those are under common ownership.
What about the CMX that's not in the client's?
That's different. Yeah.
And is that the only property your client owns in that area?
All the property that we're seeking to rezone is the property that my client owns.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Coleman. We're going to move on. Anyone in the audience who wants to speak against this application? See none. Anyone who wants to speak in favor of this application? All right, seeing none, I think in order to have further discussions, we need to have a motion of which to discuss.
I'll make a motion as a straw man motion. I move that the Planning Commission accept the consistency statement detailed in Section 6 of this report as their own written recommendation regarding the consistency of the requests with the town's adopted land use plans, but recommend approval of CZ 2301 to the Town Council inasmuch as the zoning change would apply to a very small portion of the site, and it appears that the GEDC's visual plans for a gateway there appears likely to be positively negotiated.
I'd like to suggest two amendments to that with Mr. Voiland's approval, is that one of the conditions is we limit the future use for that CMX area to the permitted 15 items that the client has agreed to proceed with, down from the list of 60.
That's included in the, as part of a condition of the application, so it's
Well-
already included.
Okay, so it was proposed. And also then, that it's conditional on receiving that proceed order from the GEDC. Or should we just strike that and just let it roll?
I thought,
I guess that's open
I
for
thought
discussion.
Jeff indicated that wouldn't really be necessary, but
Okay,
Yeah, I think the GEDC is a separate process that would be,
we'll strike those two
Yeah.
amendments then.
I think as long as they're willing to be talk and collaborate, I think we're in good shape. So, do we have a second?
Yep.
All right, any further discussion on this particular parcel or group of parcels? Go ahead, Mr. Jefferson. I just encourage you to focus on the application at hand. I think we've,
I have
Okay, I'm just saying, I think we've addressed the bigger picture, we have our context, and I think out of respect to the applicant, we need to focus on theirs application. So, further comment is more than welcome.
No, I don't have any more further comment.
All right,
That's all.
with that, I think we're ready for a vote.
Okay, John Blasco,
Aye.
Ralph Carson,
Aye.
Jehan Hodges,
Aye.
Philip Jefferson,
Aye.
Michael Boylan.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
For recommendation for approval. Eisenberg, did you want to break?
I think we're good,
Keep moving through?
but just advise everyone that if there's a breaking point, we will probably take a break in the vicinity of 9 o'clock.
Will do. I think you all, for those who did not hear that, we will move forward with our next case, CZPD 220341 Crossing. Please be advised that we will probably recess for a short recess around 9 o'clock at a logical breaking point. That does not mean we will end the discussion. It means we'll just take a pause.
I'm going to start this one out, and then Jeff's going to help out.
Looks like Mr. Carson stepped away, but we'll continue. I think he can. Okay? Probably went to go grab a drink of water.
Oh, yeah, you still have a quorum.
Yeah, we still have a quorum. He'll be back in a minute, I think.
This is CZPD 2203-401 Crossing. Applicant is Laura Hallman of the McAdams Company. There are a number of owners listed here that are also listed in your staff report. This project is located on US 401, Fayetteville Road, and the tract size is approximately 72.24 acres. This is a planned development district, which is a PUD book and written conditions. As of July 5th of last year, we adopted the new ordinance, so this request is now amended to be from Wake County Residential 40 Watershed, R40W, to Commercial Mixed Use CMX C15 conditional. However, the permit choice rules of the request mean that the former and unit development district would still govern this rezoning. Here is an aerial of the site. So you can see to the north is the Wake Christian Academy. You can also see the Pinedale Drive cul-de-sac here. That's the Pinedale Acres County subdivision. There is the NNS Railroad that runs just adjacent to the site. And then some owned town park property. There's also the existing Colonial Heights subdivision, which is a county subdivision, and the recently approved George's Landing subdivision. Here is a street view of the existing conditions of the site. So the adjacent land use and zoning, to the north is Wake County R40W. That's a combination of single-family residential and that Wake Christian Academy. To the south is also R40W. To the east is R40W, which is that single-family and also Colonial Heights. And then the west is a combination of R40W and light industrial. So that's single-family residential, Pinedale Acres, and then commercial, which is that crown flooring parcel there. Here is the recent rezoning for the area. So you can see most recently we had the Swift Creek Apartments, which came through. They applied in 2022 and was approved earlier this year. So the site is currently zoned Wake County Residential 40 Watershed District. The R40W zoning district is a residential watershed district that allows for low-density residential development in the form of single-family detached dwellings and duplexes. There are a limited number of non-residential uses allowed, but only if the Wake County Board of Adjustment first reviews it and approves a site plan and special use permit for those uses. The applicant is proposing a number of conditions for their PUD conditional district, including some household living of 2 family dwelling units, townhouse, multifamily, triplex, and higher, including apartments, some community service uses, adult daycare and daycare center, music, dance, and art instruction, medical clinic, nursing care institution, theater, gym, spa, indoor tennis courts or pools, indoor entertainment facility, outdoor athletic entertainment facility, a water slide, driving range, miniature golf, batting cages or similar uses, medical office and other office, drive-in and outdoor curb service, indoor seating only, restaurant with seating and drive-through window, and restaurant with takeout only. They're also proposing some personal service-oriented uses, hair salons, bank and financial institutions, repair-oriented uses, sales-oriented uses, and indoor operations veterinarian or kennel, and some vehicle sales and service uses. Note that the car wash would only be permitted as an accessory use, and a convenience store with fuel sales would require a minimum of 3,000 square foot retail area. Developed open space calculated at 34.9% of the total developable area shall contain a minimum of 3 of the following elements: paved walking trails, cornhole boards, butterfly gardens, seat walls, benches, dog parks, community gardens, cut flower gardens, playgrounds, and enhanced landscaping. The existing pond will remain as an environmental and amenity feature. The pond's area shall remain either its current size or greater. The pond shall include at least 2 of the following: benches, gazebo, enhanced landscaping, and natural paved walking trails. On-site recreational facilities will include a pool, playground, fitness center, and passive open space. Perimeter buffers shall be a minimum of 30 feet. Existing trees and vegetation would be supplemented with native plants. Outside of protected environmental areas, perimeter buffers will be supplemented with evergreen planting material to achieve 50% evergreen material within the buffer. All supplemental landscaping would be native species. There will be foundation conditions for the townhomes and cottages, so that would be a 12-inch foundation band board on the townhomes and an 8-inch cottages. A varied color palette will be utilized on the buildings for each residential portion of the development to include a minimum of 2 color families for siding, and shall include varied trim, shutter, and accent colors to complement the siding color. Townhomes, cottages, and duplexes that have frontage on a right-of-way shall have a trim around the window on the rear and side elevations. The following shall apply to townhouse buildings. The roof line cannot be a single mass, must be broken up either horizontally and/or vertically at a minimum every other unit. 3 of the following decorative elements shall be used on each building: decorative shake, board and batten, decorative porch rails and posts, shutters, decorative functional foundation and roof vents, recessed windows, decorative brick or stone, decorative gables, decorative cornices, or metal roofing. Fences not exposed to common open spaces or surrounding stormwater ponds shall be powder-coated aluminum picket-type fencing. Vinyl siding will be prohibited as a building material except as a trim option. All garage doors will be affixed with carriage hard door and windows. The multifamily amenity area will include a minimum 3,000 square foot clubhouse, a minimum 2,500 square foot swimming pool, a dog wash station, parcel, mailroom, co-working area, elevators, covered parking, all of which to be constructed within 18 months of issuance of a multifamily building permit. I will note the text in blue has been added since the public hearing, so these are additional changes that the applicant has offered. Multifamily apartments will not use vinyl siding and will have cementitious siding that shall vary in type and color, with brick shakes, board and batten, or stone accents provided as decorative features. The masonry component shall be a minimum of 50% per building. Other accessory buildings may only have a masonry wainscot. Offsets in the plane of each facade for each apartment building, and either masonry embellishment or 1x4 casing on all windows. Multifamily apartments shall be located a minimum of 60 feet from existing single-family residential lots or structures. Non-residential buildings shall have an architectural treatment such as varying roof forms, facade articulation, breaks in roofs, walls with texture materials and ornamental details, as well as landscaping, which may be incorporated to add visual interest. Large expanses of blank walls greater than 25 feet in length or height shall be broken up with architectural features such as windows, awnings, etc. to reduce visual impacts. Adjacent to all perimeter properties, maximum building height will be limited to 4 stories. Non-residential building roof features shall include flat roofs with parapet, hip roofs, or awnings with metal or canvas material. Amenities that will serve that particular phase will be built concurrently with that phase. All off-street parking shall meet minimum parking standards outlined in the UDO, so they are not asking for any reductions in parking standards. Access will be granted to the now or formerly known as the Carlton property via an access easement. All frontage improvements shall be made in accordance with the TIA. Streets shall be improved per TOG standards. Each street section shall be improved as follows. Fayetteville Road should be improved to half of a 6-lane thoroughfare with curb, gutter, and a 10-foot asphalt side path. St. Patrick Drive and Woodcrest should be improved to half of a major local section with curb, gutter, and sidewalk. Construction entrances shall be located on the subject property, and all related construction parking will be located on site. Developer will also perform a Phase 1 environmental assessment as part of their routine diligence, and if contamination is found, the developer is admitted into the NC Brownfield program, then the developer will follow the conditions provided thereunder by NC.DEQ. If approved, an annex to this property would fall within the Commercial Highway District, which was formerly the US 70 401 Thoroughfare Overlay District. It has additional development standards and use restrictions for properties with frontage on those 2 corridors, and it's explained in Article 4.11 of the old ordinance. So the overall neighborhood character is a mix of existing county residential subdivisions and highway-oriented development. The area is heavily influenced by US 401 as the primary traffic facility in the immediate vicinity. This project will have approximately 1,200 feet of frontage along Fayetteville Road at the north end and 550 feet of frontage along Fayetteville Road at the west side of the property. The general traffic counts have been provided to you. Here's a diagram explaining some of the road improvements on Fayetteville Road, since I know that there's a lot planned here. So you can see the are doing the addition of the 3rd northbound and southbound lanes, and then there'll be additional U-turn lanes and signals, and then tapering from the 2 to 3 lanes at the southern edge. And then there is a planned NC-DOT project to replace the bridge that goes over by that railroad crossing there. Community information, there was a number of neighborhood meetings held, the first of which was in May of 2022 with 40 people in attendance. Although not required, the applicant held a second neighborhood meeting on March 14th of this year, and there were approximately 20 people in attendance. And council requested at their public hearing that they hold an additional neighborhood meeting, and so the applicant held one on September 14th at the Garner Senior Center. It was determined by staff that they did not meet the noticing requirement, and that, but there were 21 neighbors in attendance. So because of that, we required an additional neighborhood meeting after that that did meet the noticing requirements, and that was held on September 25th, and there were approximately 30 neighbors in attendance. So the public hearing was opened on August 22nd of this year. The applicant was asked to look further into the adequacy of open space, including amount, type, and quality, the adequacy of parking, including if the rental or ownership products might affect the required parking, opportunity for a 100-year storm detention, clarification on the road improvements by the applicant and by others, and then conditions for soil quality, particularly related to the existing golf course that was there. The applicant was asked to hold that additional meeting, and they did hold those 2 meetings as well. In addition to comments sent to council and planning commission, staff received comments from about a half dozen people in opposition to the proposal. Those that indicated that they would like their comments to be shared with council were forwarded and shared accordingly. And so you would have seen those in the public information. Public hearing was resumed on the town council meeting on October 5th. Council discussion focused on the open space amenities and their calculations, the proposed playgrounds, stormwater treatment for the 100-year flood, the existing water body on site, and the Phase 1 environmental analysis. The council voted 4-1 to refer this project to you for plan consistency and recommendation. I'm going to turn it over to Jeff here.
Promised Ashley she wouldn't have to talk the whole time. Yes, I'm just going to give you a overview of the master plan proposal as it stands today. Again, this is a little over 72 acres, about 72 and a quarter. The residential component is proposed to make up the vast majority of that, although there are about 5 acres along 401 reserved for commercial. The way the PUD was written in the old ordinance, the PUD does require that all residential be built or guaranteed prior to any non-residential areas being occupied. And then as far as the overall breakdown, we have, we're currently at about 25 to 40% in single-family residential, which would be platted separately. So at this point, the townhome style buildings will be platted individually, so they could be offered for sale in the future. The multifamily residential would consist of about 30 to 45%, and so that's anything that's on a common lot. So in this proposal, common lot and common management would be the apartment style buildings as well as the smaller cottages. And then a maximum of 45,000 square feet of that commercial. And then again, the PUDs do require a minimum of 25% open space. And the applicant believes that they will fall ultimately somewhere between 25 and 35, which we would check at the individual site plan review. So here is the current project master plan. It is turned on its side, so to speak, for those of you who are used to looking at north being the top of the screen. So north is over here, south, west, and east. Woodcrest Drive is right here along the southern portion of the graphic. St. Patrick Drive is actually right up against the southern property line. There's 2 parcels here individually owned that are not part of the proposal, but just it's hard to kind of see St. Patrick Drive, but it is right there. And of course, you have 401 out here. Here's that approximately 5 acres that will be proposed for commercial development. Then you have the apartment style north of the existing lake. Between. Once you get to the lake and further south, then you have the cottages, the small, you can tell them by the smallness of their footprint, and then in the various shades of pink you have the townhome style buildings. At this time, this is where they're kind of envisioning that emergency access, but that could shift depending on final drawings. And again, you see here the 2 points of access proposed off of 401. Originally, there was probably a few more proposed connections, but in one of the things that the applicant did receive from those neighborhood meetings was mostly the desire not to connect. So we were able to, as staff, work with them to come up with a road network that provided the needed access points without having to connect to the adjacent neighborhood streets. Plan districts in the old ordinance do require a minimum 25-foot setback around the entire perimeter, but that is just a setback. It is not a mandatory buffer requirement. The applicant has agreed, though, to do make most of that a actual buffer. The setback from any street, so St. Patrick is really the one in question. There, the setback is increased to 35 feet unless more was required by the UDO, but in this case, the 35 feet would be what's required. And then internal to the site, building separation requirements do include a minimum separation between any single family and multifamily of 60 feet. So again, the open space required in these types of proposals are 25% as opposed to the typical 10% in the old ordinance. At this time, they are envisioning closer to 34. Again, we do note that we do have to verify that at site subdivision review. These open space areas would be maintained by the overall HOA property manager. And those required open spaces are specifically spelled out as recreation space. So there has to be kind of these recreational spaces that are usable, and then other open spaces that are mostly preservation and vegetated kinds of buffers in open space. The key there is that any open space does need to be at least 50 feet in any direction to qualify as open space, and be able to, if it's not functioning as recreation, be able to function as a visual buffer. So here's the updated graphics. You'll see the examples of the images to the right, and I'll just kind of point these out again. There was some confusion about this at the public hearing, and I think we've been able to work with them to hopefully clear that up. But we do have a planted linear park right through here in the townhome section. Again, it's important to remember the scale here. This is 72.25 acres. So I think everybody's first inclination is to think that that's really, really narrow. But it is wide enough to meet the open space requirements and to be both planted and have it be able to be a walkable kind of area, as you see in the graphic. Then we have 2 loops proposed, one around the existing lake, and then also one around the stormwater treatment facility here in the southern end of the property. So 2 loop trails. We have the apartments. Their main amenity center here is item C. I'll just jump down to I while I'm thinking about it. And the townhome and cottage amenity will be here, so flanking both sides of the lake. Then we have the village green proposed up here. That kind of was taken directly from what we've been talking about recently with the clue process to get some kind of open space in these commercial areas that's more appropriate to them. Then we have, I believe it's 5 small parklets labeled here as E. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2 playgrounds here at F. And then I believe also 5 activity lawns is G. 1, second one here, and 3 more here. The area along the eastern portion of the site will be this kind of what they're calling hardwood havens. It'll be a walkable forested area along the eastern margin of the property. Then we get to the other passive open spaces. So again, we have this parcel up here is being kept, proposed to be preserved woodlands. Some of the perimeter buffers will also be wide enough to count. So you see they're not counting everywhere, but there are many areas where it is expected to be at least 50 feet or more. And then stream buffers over here where we have a couple of channels leading off-site to another pond off-site. So they also did update the overall table. I just want to highlight for you all the conceptual building elevations. So this first two slides are for the townhome units. This is a sample of a 4-unit building. Again, you see a commitment there to things like the upgraded garage doors with windows. They will be side entrance end units. You see the sidewalk going around to the side of both of those. Roof offsets and such. And as Ashley noted, no vinyl. The 6-unit buildings, same kind of concept. Again, the end units will be side entry. The cottages here, again, very much like a typical small bungalow that you would find. Just that these are proposed to be on common lots. And precedents for the multifamily. And again, these are all being shown as at least 4 stories, if not 5 in some cases. But there is a commitment there through this to have a minimum 4-story structure, which would then require elevators. Landscaping and buffering, again, just a reminder that the residential portion overall will have to commit to a canopy of at least 18 to 20%. That can be met through a combination of both preservation and new plantings. And in the commercial section, the sliding scale is from 12 to 14%. Again, as far as perimeter buffers, there is that 25-foot setback requirement. However, they are committing to a 30-foot buffer. So a little bit wider as a minimum, and also committing to making it a buffer. 7.5 feet is what's required for basically just for street trees along 401. That was part of the old overlay requirements. And then, of course, screening and buffering will be applied where the UDO requires it. Street trees, of course, every 40 feet on average. As I noted when we were going through the master plan, the project will have 2 primary points of access on 401, one in the north, one in the south, plus that emergency access somewhere along St. Patrick Drive. That will be gated and locked with a Knox box. Roadways within the residential portions of the site are proposed to be private, so they won't be public roads, they'll be privately maintained. Additional minor points of access, you'll probably see at least 1, if not 2, along 401, depending on what NCDOT will permit. And then, as Ashley noted, the Carlton property has been guaranteed continued access through an easement. Of course, frontages are always improved. I will say, and engineering is here as well. Given the length of St. Patrick Drive and the fact that it's just one street, there may be a willingness, I think, to take a fee in lieu in that case, as opposed to doing just curb and gutter and everything on one side, primarily since it's not being used as a functioning full access point. There are no FEMA designated floodplains on the site, but again, there were these 2 drainage ways that lead off site. There's another pond right over here. In terms of stormwater, the ordinance does require retention for the 1, 10, and 25-year storms. The development plan currently is envisioning 4 separate control measures. One of those would be partially the existing lake. And these SCMs, again, at plan review will be re-verified that they are meeting all water quality and water quantity requirements. In terms of infrastructure, water and sewer, there is an existing 12-inch water main going down 401 that they would be connecting to and proposing to loop through, although a lot of that would be private. And then the sewer was brought to this area by the George's Landing subdivision across the street right here. There is a force main that currently goes down St. Patrick Drive and then meanders down this direction. Ultimately, Rollman Farms, the townhome project on Old Stage, that is where this site would connect into for sewer service. Again, just a reminder that we do continue to check and look for certain requirements to be met at the preliminary plat stage. Those things will include lighting for streets and common areas. Again, the stormwater devices will be re-examined, water lines and hydrant spacing, and of course all landscaping and parking. So here tonight, as we've noted in the previous two cases, this is about plan consistency primarily. And in this case, we have 4 plans to look at. And so when we look at the 2018 Garner Forward Plan, the base use categories were active recreation and low-density residential. And I'll point out this part here with this orange and white circle. So clearly, I think we all know what active recreation and low-density residential refer to, but there are the definitions listed, but they pretty well speak for what they are. And then you had this orange and white dash line that outlines what we called at the time a commercial future area of change. So we had these in the old plan where we knew that there was a possibility that certain conditions could change, primarily in the provision of water and sewer. This was certainly one of those areas that didn't have water and sewer back in 2018, but we knew it was possible. We just didn't know when. So this was identified as a commercial future area of change, so that it was not completely unexpected that commercial land uses might be introduced within the larger region. So even though 5 acres probably fits that, I think overall right now, again, we try not to say partially consistent or partially inconsistent. We try to give just an overall score, so to speak. So at this point, we do say that proposal is inconsistent. In terms of the transportation plan, however, that does show US 401 to be improved to a 6-lane divided section. All of those improvements would be being made. All of the frontage, again, improvements and the TIA improvements. So in that respect, we do find that it is consistent with the recommendations of the transportation plan. In terms of the Parks, Recreation, Greenways, and Cultural Resources Master Plan, a portion of the project site does fall within a parkland search area. However, as of this time, we have not received an indication from the Parks and Rec Department that they are interested in having parkland dedicated as part of this project. There also are no planned greenways within the project boundary. So with their willingness to accept that payment of fee in lieu of parkland dedication, this project would then be considered consistent with that plan as well. And then we have Swift Creek Land Management Plan. So the light yellow here is what was coded back in the day as existing urban non-compliance. What that did was state that whatever the underlying zoning is would be primarily the controlling factor. The town did develop its stormwater ordinances after this was adopted, and so the 70% impervious with 1 inch of rainfall was kind of in the ordinance already by default. So then the only other issue there was the question about density, but again, that is controlled by the underlying zoning, whatever it was, whatever it is, whatever it will be. So in addition to approving a statement regarding plan consistency, Town Council, again, has to make their reasonableness decision when it goes back to them after you all have finished with your work. And so we've thrown this out as a consistency statement for you to consider, that the request to rezone approximately 72.25 acres from Wake County Residential 40 Watershed to Town of Garner Planned Unit Development Conditional for a mixed-use development of a maximum of 300 in single-family residential, 500 multifamily residential, and 45,000 square feet of commercial space is inconsistent with the future land use map's designation of active recreation and low-density residential in both use and density. The project, however, is consistent with other adopted plans, including the 2018 Garner Transportation Plan, the Parks Rec Greenways Cultural Resources Master Plan, and the Swift Creek Land Management Plan. So again, as you know, consistency is one thing, reasonableness is another. Clearly, you can rely on the consistency alone if you like. However, staff does feel that we would be remiss not to point out that there are some things that should be considered as to why it might be considered reasonable. It certainly is a departure from the residential, industrial, and civic uses in the area. The applicant, though, did incorporate design elements to establish transitions that do insulate it from the surrounding neighborhoods, and we listed those things there that have changed since the very beginning when we first saw it. When combined with other projects being undertaken by NC.DOT does have a widening project and a bridge replacement project that, when combined with the improvements that this development would be required to do, would complete a 6-lane facility northward from this site into Raleigh, and thereby it would increase road capacity. The choice of a planned district proposal did increase the minimum open space required from 10% to 25%. The change in conditions, certainly by the availability of public water and sewer, is probably one of the biggest. George's Landing was not, would not have been, it was called to be, I think it was low density residential and commercial corridor. That project was not either of those things as well. So we can't just ignore that. Proposal would be consistent with a recommended plan practice of favoring master planned larger tracts over smaller greenfield developments. And while it's unknown what the cost revenue outcome would ultimately be for this site, it does seek to try to balance those two through the provision of several items that are pointed out there as well. So those are two things that the previous or the current land use plan did talk about. But again, at the end of the day, it's not active recreation and it's not low density residential. So staff decided that we can support the request, but we encourage the commission to identify specific reasons for either agreeing or disagreeing with us. These reasons may include those statements that we provided in the previous staff analysis and commentary, but we do encourage you again to make sure that you're kind of documenting through your discussion what your consensus reasons are for going one way or the other so that we can accurately report that to the town council for their consideration in addressing the reasonableness of their final action. So we have a recommended motion for you as well, and then the applicants are here to give a presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Triesenberg. Before we move much further, I will, since that was a lengthy presentation, I will give the commission an opportunity to ask questions directly of staff, if there are any, or you can, welcome to hold them till later as well, too.
Yeah. Jeff, I'm having trouble counting on the stormwater control mechanisms. I see in this booklet 5, and later on this booklet mentions only 3, and you said 4. So could you clarify?
Yes. So there's some, I think our engineering folks asked to not call, for their purposes, not call the lake, even though the lake will be providing some. So that's why I think there's where we settled on 4. I'll have to go back and take a look at where the 3 shows up and have that addressed.
Yeah, it's, well, the page, page 44 of the booklet, it
Yeah.
says 3.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, but the graphic would override that being more specific.
Carson, any questions for Mr. Triesenberg?
Yes, but I'm going to hold off until
Fine.
later.
Ms. Hodges?
Same, I want to hear public
Jefferson?
comments. Yeah.
All right, with that, if the commission is amenable, we will recess for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, at the request of staff. About 10 minutes? All right, we will adjourn at 9 o'clock. Appreciate it. All right, thank you all very much. We will reconvene our meeting, despite that I said adjourn earlier by mistake, but that's all right. We want to keep going. We're here for a reason. So with that, we will reconvene. I appreciate everyone's patience for the break. I think it was needed. So we will move on to, I believe the applicant has a presentation. And just as a reminder, please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Good evening. Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302, Raleigh, 27603. Again, here on behalf of the applicant. With me this evening is also Woody Williams with SLI Capital, the applicant, Laura Holloman with McAdams Land Planning Firm, and Lisa Lundeen with Exalt, our traffic engineer. So on the front end, just wanted to introduce the applicant, SLI Capital, led by Brian Kane. It's a local group focused on creating high quality mixed use projects that contribute and add to the community. A couple of examples, the East End Market in Raleigh is an adaptive reuse of an industrial building into food and beverage. As you can see here, there's additional residential within that project as well. Additionally, the Weld, which is a $700 million project that just broke ground directly across Lake Wheeler Road from Dix Park. Again, adding residential proximate to Dix Park. Also want to address at a high level what SLI Capital is attempting to accomplish with this rezoning. And that's to provide a variety of housing options for someone's life cycle, from young professionals, young families, the cottages targeted towards empty nesters. Additionally, the entirety will be a professionally managed community with dedicated staff on site 24/7. As was mentioned in the staff presentation, the streets will be privately maintained. There will be safety, security provided on site. This will ensure professional maintenance and upkeep of the buildings and landscaping throughout, as well as enforcement of kind of community rules, which will limit, folks from just kind of parking cars long term, those types of things, but really to kind of preserve the high quality of this development. In addition to the residential options, this project also provides an area for neighborhood scale commercial to serve both the residents in this community as well as the residents of surrounding communities. In addition to kind of those targeted uses, SLI Capital remains in conversations with a pickleball racket operator who would be looking at doing something along the frontage here, some indoor, outdoor courts, as well as a food and beverage and entertainment provided inside as part of that concept. All of these aspects, the different types of residential, the commercial, are all woven together by the open space, active and passive, that is provided throughout this community, with each area having its own dedicated open space as well. As staff mentioned, again, big picture, commercial uses along 401, transitioning to the 4-story, 5-story apartments. We have conditions that require kind of the buildings on the exterior closest to the residential on the site to be limited to 5 stories, such that only 5-story buildings interior in the middle of the site to provide that transition. As you move south, you go into both the cottages and the townhome communities. Townhomes, 2 stories, provide 2-car garages, The cottages will be 1-story, surface parked. I know that staff did a great job of covering some of the open space that's being provided, but we've got some additional graphics here kind of on a area by area basis. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Laura Holloman with McAdams to go into it in a little more detail, and then I'll get back up and kind of finish up with our presentation.
Thank you, Michael. Good evening, members of Planning Commission. My name is Laura Holloman. I'm with McAdams. I'm the project planner for the project, and just want to thank you all for your time. This is a labor of love for me, and as volunteers of your community, thank you for listening to us tonight. I know this is a lot to digest, so thank you for your fortitude on this. So as staff did a great job of really going over this in detail. They also have done a great job vetting this with us throughout the course of this project. It hasn't been easy. And the reason why it hasn't been easy is because Garner really stresses the importance of having open space throughout a proposed project like this. And Hope in working with us and working with staff, we've now verified that all of our open space meets all minimum UDO standards. So starting with the commercial area along 401, as Michael mentioned, and Jeff mentioned, the first there is we really worked with staff to create a transition area between the commercial area and the apartments. So it wasn't just looking at the backs of loading areas and parking areas. They wanted to create a nice kind of village green concept area. So we've done that there, as you see for letter D. And it's about 18,000 square feet, so it's a sizable area. There's different sites that you can look to across a triangle that have village kind of central spaces similar to this. I think earlier in the public hearing I mentioned North Hills East, which is the newer North Hills along Six Forks. Also Fenton, which McAdams also designed in addition to North Hills, used a nice central open space that gets used for ice skating in the wintertime. Although it's funny to think about, but it does, as well as other community events throughout the seasons. So we have that, and then across there in G, you have your first community lawn area. That totals about 25,000 square feet there across the street. So again, you've got ample areas for folks to have active open spaces for gathering, walking around throughout the lunch, having a folks so people gather, play was really the idea. H is the first kind of area of the of that hardwood haven that continues on into the townhome area, but that did not get double counted. So that's just one to account where that was starting to show, and then it continues on in the next area there. Moving down through the site, the next open space areas I'll concentrate on is in the multifamily areas known as the apartments. So again, you've got your main C is your amenity. Ashley went over those zoning conditions which outline the minimum sizes for the clubhouse, for the pool, the co-working stations, the other kind of covered parking and elevator areas, really kind of outlining this is where we'll have our dog watching station, our mail and parcel pickup areas. This is really going to be not only the no more is kind of the apartments of yesteryear where you had a basic pool with a bathroom and changing area. This is really meant to be an additional gathering space for residents, and we're excited about it because it'll overlook the existing pond or lake area there. And B kind of highlights that lake loop area, which will be a walking trail around the existing area. And then E there highlights, the start of the parklets, which are throughout the community. They'll feature anywhere from, in this picture you see, the gas fire pit. It can also be cornhole boards, bocce ball, any kind of supplemental pollinator or cutting gardens. So it's meant to really be just a little breakup throughout the community of just a taste of, gathering spaces throughout. You have a NG there. You've got the around 14,000 square feet of another active lawn area there. As you go down into the townhome area, you see a mix of 4 to 6 unit buildings. Jeff touched on across from the pond, you've got another amenity area that's for the cottage and townhome. So again, there's another stated condition. We did update the zoning conditions since the second public hearing, stating that we'll have both multifamily amenity center as well as a townhome and cottage amenity center. There's a question about that, so I just wanted to make that clear. And again, you see Part A is the linear concept. This is a planted linear park example, so you can see that it will, be. Of course, it's got to be at least 50 feet in width, but this is an axis of that to really start to create. You can start to create trellises, seating areas, natural areas, and it really starts to create more of a usable open space, and it's not just meant to be a typical kind of basic grass median there. And we're excited about the look and feel of that. That really does well in other communities that we've designed. Just want to highlight too the activity lawns in other townhomes that we've been tasked to design. It's really been a focus on efficiency. So this is where you, for lack of a better word, you're jamming townhome units to the back of townhome units, and all you can kind of fit is a maintenance fence between them. And here we've instead focused on creating nice blocks and squares to where you've got active space between it, so folks just aren't stuck behind each other, and you've really got a nice gathering area. And that's really something that we've seen the market and Garner really demand, and is to create these throughout the development. Also, something that staff identified early is they didn't want to see where you've got a terminus of a street just to have headlights into a townhome. So that's where you see a lot of those parklets and kind of strategically placed at the terminus of streets, and that was done to try to prevent some of those things from occurring. And finally, the last southern portion is, again, the majority of the cottage court, 1 story, but also, the continuation of the townhomes. So again, you've got the parklets. You can see again how they're coming in at those terminuses to really break up not only the buildings, but also to kind of have a fixated vista as those streets end naturally. And then we also feature those 2 playground areas in F. The thought here being is one is really kind of meant for younger kids, and then you've got an older playground down the street that folks can also frequent. This is the other open space plan. So again, everything that's not considered common recreational open space falls into this category. So as Jeff mentioned, starting out with J is the preserved woodland or tree preservation area in the north eastern corner of the site. We've talked about this at length. This was something that was identified within our first neighborhood meeting that folks really didn't want to see commercial adjacent to lots facing Woodcrest. So we preserved that area in J there. And then K is the perimeter buffers. In every instance, they're a minimum of about 35 feet, but in instances where they are at least 50 feet or higher, we've identified that as other open space, because that meets, again, the minimum open space standard identified by the UDO. And then there, L is outlining those stream buffer areas, which, as Jeff mentioned, aren't part of a floodplain, but are something that is identified as a protected area on site. This is how that breaks down overall. This is just the common recreation, so it does not include the slide that I just showed you. That's about 14.79 acres of other passive open space. But you've got the commercial open space that accounts for about 2.02 of open space. The multifamily open space accounts for about 4.7 acres, and the townhome and cottage court is about 3.68. All told, although the overall PUD UDO standards requires 25%, we're providing just as they mentioned, over 34%. Just under 35%, so almost additional 10% above and beyond the minimum open space standards. So that's something that we've actively done and really worked hard to kind of scrub this plan clean. If we want to get in detail, I've got the chart. The math works. We've worked hard to make sure that we're vetting everything that can possibly count, and the things that don't count are not included. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have on this.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, we will open it up to...
Sorry, we just had a few more
Oh,
slides
sorry.
on the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. And wanted to touch on circulation and our traffic impact analysis. As we mentioned, we have 2 access points onto 401, one on the northern end, one on the southern end of the project. There are no vehicular connections to any of the neighborhood streets except for the one that is limited to emergency access only on that south side to St. Patrick. But again, that will be gated and will not be able to be used except by emergency services. Again, a traffic impact analysis was completed in concert with both the town and NC.DOT. It took into account number of approved projects. It also included conservative annual growth rate to account for any other projects that may have been proposed and may be coming online prior to that build out year of 2028. You can see kind of the map highlights the I believe 10 or so areas or intersections that were studied. And then again, staff provided a map. This is another illustration of the substantial improvements that are being done, not just along this property's frontage to bring it to that section, the 6-lane section. And recall that we do have a DOT project in this area for the Super Street that's coming regardless of this proposed rezoning. But DOT, over and above that, has required a substantial number of improvements, including additional U-turn lanes, signalizations for that Super Street concept. And again, Lisa with Exalt Engineering is here if there are any particular specific questions on the TIA or the improvements that are being proposed. Staff mentioned, wanted to highlight from an engagement standpoint that we held 4 neighborhood meetings throughout the process, 3 that met the notice requirements, but even with that 4th one, we had over 20 attendees there. Do want to note throughout the process, we've made a number of updates, changes to the plans and to the zoning conditions in response to what we heard at those meetings. We did initially, for our first neighborhood meeting and in our first submittal, have vehicular connections to both St. Patrick to the south as well as Woodcroft to the east. Based on feedback from that initial neighborhood meeting, we removed those access points. Also in the top right-hand corner there, initially we were showing that as commercial area plus a vehicular connection to that side street. Again, based on feedback as well as kind of working with the property owner immediately adjacent to that, we removed all of the commercial activity from there, removed that street connection and turn that into a tree preservation area. We've added a condition that prohibits construction traffic and construction parking from the surrounding neighborhood streets. We've imposed that minimum 60-foot setback for any of the multifamily buildings and limited the height to 4 stories for those buildings closest to our boundaries. We've added a condition requiring supplemental plantings to get the buffer to at least 50% evergreen vegetation. As Laura mentioned, we've increased the amount of open space required. That almost 10% is over 7 acres of additional open space that's required. And we also provided access to that landlocked parcel. Again, appreciate staff highlighting the ways in which this request is consistent with plans adopted by the town, both the transportation plan, parks, recreation, greenway, and cultural resources master plan, the Swift Creek land management plan. Would also want to note that the kind of new comprehensive plan that this board has already recommended approval of and will be back in front of the town board on the 21st of this month designates this area as neighborhoods, which recommends very much what we are proposing now, a mix of housing types, variety housing types with ancillary commercial. Again, our commercial represents about 5 acres out of 72, so very ancillary to what is being proposed here. In addition to being consistent with those adopted plans, we think that the request is reasonable and in the public interest because it is providing additional housing opportunities, housing variety within the project with buffers and transitions that make it compatible with the surrounding area, providing neighborhood scale commercial uses to serve this area and the surrounding area, making significant off-site transportation improvements to not only mitigate the impacts from this project, but to accommodate the ever-growing amount of traffic along 401, all while not making any vehicular or traffic impacts to the adjoining neighborhood streets. And again, providing a high-quality product. You saw the architectural requirements, the requirements for elevators in the multifamily, and the provision of extensive open space. So with that, we'd appreciate your recommendation for approval, but we are here to answer any questions that this board may have. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll open up to questions from the commission. Start with Ms. Hodges. Carson?
I'm going to hold my comments for now.
Boylan?
Hold for now.
Jefferson, questions for the applicant or staff? Okay.
Actually, I lied. I have one question. For open use space, does that include the retention ponds?
Right, so we'll go back here. So because there is a trail provided around those ponds, then that area is able to be counted towards active open space.
Including the pond itself?
Yeah. Or you want to address?
You want to confirm that? She's asking how ponds are able to be counted in use with a trail.
Is it being?
So there's a provision. There's a provision within the PUD that a certain percentage of lake surface areas can be counted. And in past cases, if folks have provided a paved walking trail around a stormwater device, we have allowed that to count as general open space.
So to answer your question, every SEM on site does not include a trail. So every SEM is not counted, but where it does, then we've allowed ourselves to count it in conjunction with Jeff's UDO interpretation.
I just follow up since we brought that topic up. And correct me if I'm wrong, I might be, stormwater SCM to count towards open space for the older UDO, which this started under section 4.7E6, no open bodies of water can count towards open space. When was that amended to include the condition of putting a trail around it? Or is this just something that staff has permitted to occur outside of the actual UDO section?
So again, in the planned district, there is a part that speaks to that differently. There's parts that speak to, again, how much of a lake can count. And then as far as the putting the trail around the SCMs, that's just been a long-standing staff interpretation. That if the point of that was to not just let any SCM count, because one, they're not particularly attractive unless you're doing a certain type. So over the years, staff has said if you're putting in a certain type of SCM and you're amenitizing it, that we've not had an objection to counting that as open space. And almost every project that I can think of has usually done something like that to count for it. This isn't the first time that y'all would have seen that.
I had a couple of questions for the applicant. So the apartment buildings that are being proposed, are those strictly apartments, or is there accommodations for live work with retail, office, et cetera, on the ground floor?
So this time, those are residential. There are components of the building from an amenity standpoint where there is, kind of co-working space. But in terms of the units themselves, those will be residential. And right now, there's not any kind of public-facing retail as part of any of those buildings.
Was there any thought ever given to, along St. Patrick, to do single-family homes that would really relate to the existing context?
Well, in that area,
Looks like there's several single parcels throughout.
right. So actually, on kind of the north side of St. Patrick, there are two lots on the north side of the street that are not included within the project. But in that area, let me see if I can get to the master plan that highlights the uses or the building types there. We have cottages, which are limited to 1 story in height, which is compatible both in terms of kind of building massing and height to those single family. And then the townhomes are limited to 2 stories in height and are well buffered from, again, the 2 lots on the north side, but then you also have the buffer and St. Patrick Street itself. So
I guess I was asking if there was any consideration to integrate into the existing community as opposed to turning your back to the community.
well, say when there was a desire to not have any vehicular connection, right, that very much also kind of oriented things interior to the project as well.
I had another question about the cottage court. I think it's a fairly new product for this area, or maybe not very oftenly used if it's not new. Could you maybe elaborate a little bit more on sort of how that arrangement is, and
Right.
or even just an example that we could maybe picture in our heads that we might have seen and not had realized?
Yeah, so I'll first kind of describe the buildings units themselves. They're about 1,000 square feet in size. Again, that can accommodate kind of a 2-bedroom unit. Again, each individual building is its own unit. Again, those are limited to 1 story. There's parking provided kind of in common areas, but they all are kind of fronting around green space. And so looks, feels like a home. Again, you don't have any common party walls with other folks. And so there's also kind of that single family feel as well, where you have a yard adjacent there. So, I'm not aware of any, maybe.
I'm going to nerd out for a minute. So this, although it's become relatively new, I've worked on a variety of cottage kind of court communities recently across the Triangle in Durham and Wake Forest, and now Garner. But it first became kind of common practice, and you can see where this is off of Whitaker Mill in Raleigh in the 40s when there was widows from World War II. So they wanted to be in smaller areas, but still wanted to be able to be near each other and socially gather. So they came up with this concept, and you can still see them there and in other places. But those are off of Whitaker Mill there, and now were previously rental and have now transitioned to actually condos, and folks own them now after almost over 50 years, but they've been renovated and have certainly stood the test of time. And that's just a common example of something that's considered a relatively new concept, but it actually is an older concept, and that's exactly what we're targeting here. Empty nesters and folks that really have kind of wanted to downzone and really still be around each other and get the feel of a community, not just want to shut their door and just go into a corridor, but really still have a community and look and feel like single family.
Thank you.
I have a question about that. Is it being advertised as a 55 plus type community, or is it open?
It's open. It won't be restricted to 55 and older, but we've certainly seen that empty nesters seem to flock to it, but also young professionals like myself. This sounds great to me too, to have an opportunity to live in a horizontal place and not just stacked multifamily.
Question about the overall density. That's one thing I don't think we've heard, is what the proposed density of the project is.
Yep. So from a maximum standpoint, I think with all of the land uses and different building types that are required, really there's a maximum allowed of 800 units. Again, there's got to be at least 3 housing types, and that's on approximately 68 acres. And so it's a little over 10 units per acre, probably not 11, 12 units per acre. Range.
800 over 60 is 13 and a third.
Yeah.
How did you arrive at 800 units over 68 acres when you have accounted for your open space or your recreational area? If you take that 34% off there, that's going to drop your acreage down considerably.
Right. I think in terms of how density is typically calculated, it's not necessarily just on the area that's being developed, but it's on the site as a whole. And in that calculation, I didn't include the commercial area, but when you're calculating density, I think all the density calculations include the site area gross.
Yeah, that's correct. We've had that conversation on several projects that have come across our desk over the years. The other questions for the applicant?
Since you all brought up questions about the units themselves, I'll go ahead and ask my question now. Some of the statements about the cottages as smaller downsized units for people to kind of be in community, and the townhomes, and I'll just ask this question, I'm sure I'm going to ask it again. Do you think that the character of those units, of those building forms, fit the character of the surrounding neighborhood to a degree? I mean, and then I'll add to that when I.
Yeah. So I'll answer that two ways. So first, the size, scale, massing of both the cottages and the townhomes. Yes, the townhomes are limited to 4-unit together and 6-unit together, right? There are requirements that break up the roof line, and so it doesn't appear as, kind of a singular roof. It's broken up as well. And so I think the architectural requirements that are in the PUD booklet help break up the massing of even the 6-unit townhome buildings. But given their limited height, yes, I believe that they're compatible with surrounding residential neighborhoods. I will also say that this 72 acres is buffered from the surrounding neighborhood by vegetated buffers, in many cases 50 feet in width. In terms of St. Patrick, you also have an intervening street aside from 2 lots there on the north side. And even to the east side, a large portion of the site is buffered by more than just 50 feet because of the natural features. So no one's really seeing a single family home along one of those streets next to what's being proposed here. This is somewhat of an enclave. It's unto itself. And so when you're driving through the community, you're seeing what's being provided within the community. And when you're driving on some of the surrounding neighborhood streets, you're just seeing the existing, neighborhood homes. You're not seeing this proposed project because there really is no connection now, right? There's no one's driving through and they're seeing the existing homes and then the project, right? There's not ever a situation where you're seeing both side by side. And so I think it's, yes, compatible in terms of there's adequate transitions and requirements that break up the building and limit the building size and massing to make it compatible with the surrounding uses. But then it is also fairly distinct and separate from those residential streets.
If you were to describe a character besides being able to see a unit from an existing street and a unit here, like standing on St. Patrick and looking through the planting. Well, I'll just say it. There are some elements of the existing neighborhoods that the front door, the entry, the front wall, the facade is a type of community street. There's a porch, the front door is at the front. You can see your neighbor. You can sit outside. The downsized units or cottage have opportunities to sit outside and engage with your neighbor across the street, which is part of the character of that surrounding neighborhood from what I see. The cottages are very different. Like there is no porch, there is no place to sit, there is no outside of the front unit. It's a entryway. And so those are just some of my questions. The form of the building roof line of the townhouses do feel more building-like instead of individual townhouse-like, just from the images that I see in the diagram. So I just, those are just kind of some questions that I had about how does that character really connect? And I understand, once you drive into this neighborhood, but I think one of the unique elements of Garner is that there are linkages between neighborhoods of styles and character, whether you see it from one street or the other, or you just experience it by being a part of the neighborhood.
Absolutely. So I think, as you can see, how these cottages, I'll speak to the cottages first, then the townhomes. I think how these cottages are clustered, right? They are clustered around common spaces. So, yeah, whether there's a porch, not a porch, there are common spaces around all of those cottages for gathering, for interaction with neighbors, etc. It's not like you see in some single-family homes where it's pull into your garage, walk into your house, right? These cottages have some common parking areas. The townhomes, I'll go to some of those. I mean, it works. Laura was touching on, again, that these townhomes are not provided with only just those small little patio spaces in the rear behind each unit, and then you've got a privacy fence so that you don't see or hear the person on the other side of that where there's another patio jammed up there. There are substantial areas of open space, gathering spaces between those townhome buildings. And then within each area, not just in those kind of in-between spaces, but there are also, again, kind of more intentional gathering spots provided as well. And so whether someone's walking up and down the street, going for a walk, again, there are places throughout that encourage and lend itself to interaction with your neighbors.
Well, the townhomes in your images have large garages on the front.
Right. Yeah. Those will have.
You drive up to a garage in the townhome.
Yeah. In the townhomes, yes, they have garages, but then there is also space surrounding all of those buildings that provide opportunities for gathering.
Okay.
I did have one other question about some architecture, and it's more just a clarification. In the PUD book, you provide or are provided details for a duplex or two types of duplexes. Are those potential candidates to be included, or are those just?
So that's an allowable building type. That is an allowable building type. That's not one for which we've provided, elevations, but those would, the duplex building type is an option.
It's not intended, but it could be depending on how
Correct.
things progress.
Correct.
I've got a question. There was one of the residents, Mr. Mike Sturgill. He's a resident there for 39 years. He had indicated that this golf course has been there for over 50 years. Possibly heavy metals, pesticides, herbicides used on the property. I believe there was a commitment from you, from the developer, to do a phase 1 environmental study. At the October 5th meeting, you had indicated that the phase 1 study was done and they found an underground tank.
Mm-hmm.
Forgive me, but that sounds like you've met your commitment for a phase 1 study, yet none of the soils were tested. So are you going to call that, are you committing to a phase 2 study?
No, we're not committing to a phase 2 study. But we've done a phase 1 study. And again, I think the applicant has just as much of an interest as anyone else, if not more so, to ensure that, one, there is not the presence of those harmful elements, and if there is, that they are aware of them and that they work with the state to ensure that either those areas are not disturbed, that if required, cleanup is done. But yes, a phase 1 has been required. No, we are not committing to a phase 2 at this point in time.
But I believe you committed to testing the soils for these possible environmental issues. So I'm just trying to clarify, you committed to a phase one, you did a phase one, you found a tank. You're committing, I believe, to testing for other possible contaminants. What are you calling that investigation?
Right. I think that would, if it's within the scope of a phase one, right? If it's within the scope of a phase one and it hasn't been done yet, then it will be done. But what we've committed to is performing a phase one.
Okay, I'm not trying to split
What-
hairs.
And,
but-
I'm not trying to be coy either, but I'm.
But you're committing, you have committed to testing the soils. You said you've completed the phase one, so it's completed, but you didn't test for it. How are you assuring commission, the residents, what are you going to title that investigation? Since phase one has already been done and completed by your own admission, you found a tank of unknown origin, whatever it may be. How are you going to, what are you going to call this other subsequent investigation since you've already met the obligation of doing the phase one that you've already stated?
Right. I will, I know y'all have an opportunity to hear from the public. While that's occurring, I will talk with my client to see, one, what's fully been done to date, and I'll report back to you later this evening if that's okay, but I'll have that additional conversation.
Another question. I know there's 800 units here. Do you know what the parking space availability is for those 800 units?
So we have committed to complying with the UDO requirements and not seeking any reductions. The plan that is associated with this rezoning is not a fully engineered site plan. It doesn't demonstrate necessarily compliance with parking. We will have to come back through a process as part of a special use permit where we will have to identify the location of parking, the amount of parking, demonstrate that that is in compliance with the town's requirements for parking. But we've added a zoning condition at this level to essentially say we're going to comply with the code and we're not seeking a reduction through this process.
Another question. Would Miss Lisa Lundeen be present?
Yes.
Would she be able to answer a couple questions?
Yes.
Good evening.
Just a reminder, please, to state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Lisa Lundeen. I'm a traffic engineer with Exalt Engineering. We're at 304F West Millbrook Road in Raleigh.
I was trying to go through your technical memorandum for your TIA, and that's probably the most confusing TIA I have read. And it talks about heavy vehicle percentages based on existing traffic count. Have you run data for a project this size, probably taking multiple years to develop, build out, all of that construction traffic, tractor trailers, aggregates coming in? It doesn't seem to be included in here in your scenarios. It looks like you might have just done regular traffic and not actual construction traffic that's going to be entering and exiting from maximum 2 locations on the site.
Correct. Yes, we did not analyze the construction traffic, just the traffic that this development would have when it's fully built out.
Now, you had on the October 5th presentation to council, you had stated that this TIA was done on conservative growth rate. As you know, Wake County is one of the fastest growing counties in the U.S. What sort of data set run versus something that's probably more realistic for Wake County?
So we
Given the growth that we know is here, 80 people a day moving to Wake County.
So we did take into account a 3% growth rate, which was more conservative than the NCDOT project analyzed. I think their growth rate was actually a little less than 2%. And so on top of that 3% growth rate, just from ambient traffic in the area, we also took into account traffic from surrounding approved developments. And so just accounting for the ambient growth as well as the approved development traffic, we would consider it a very conservative growth rate for the area.
And your report was dated December of 2022. Did you have current or very recent traffic data from actual traffic counts out there on that section of Fayetteville Road? Or was it historical data going back a year or two from a third party?
We took our own traffic counts in 2022.
And has there been an updated TIA since this December 21st, 2022 memorandum?
No, there's not.
That's all I had, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant or staff?
I did have one quick question about the apartment buildings. If you could point diagram, I don't know where that is on our. Find that in our. You had mentioned the 4 and 5 story units. Mm-hmm. Where I think you said in your statement that the 5 story units, the taller units, were more centralized. Can you where those are? Where the 5 story units are as opposed to the 4 story units in that diagram?
Yes. So I believe the 5 story units would be here, here, here.
And the outer edges are 4 story.
And then, yeah.
Those are the 4.
That's right.
I think I will move on to the public comment portion of this. If there's anyone in attendance who is in favor of the project, like to speak? None. Anyone who is opposed to the project? This is your opportunity to speak. All right, I see multiple hands. Have we all elected someone to be a spokesperson? Please take the, perfect. And just a reminder to please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Peter Hearn. I live at 6128 Vicky Drive in Raleigh. Okay. Good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight and highlight my community's concerns on this application regarding inconsistencies with the old and new land use plans, as well as incompatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods. I understand the Planning Commission is required to consider all these factors. Consistency with the 2018 Garner Forward Plan. Because of the time this application was first submitted, it's being considered under an old land use plan. That doesn't make sense to us since the applicant pulled their application back in April, then all of a sudden came back. But regardless, this development does not confirm with the area's proposed land use under the Garner Forward Comprehensive Plan. The Garner Forward Plan designates the parcels comprising of the 401 crossing PUD as recreational, open space, and low-density residential. But focus areas of change isn't defined on the map or in the UDO. At any rate, this is a predominantly multifamily residential application, hardly commercial. 401 Crossing's commercial component makes up approximately just 5 of 73 total acres. Because the rest of the proposed development's acreage compromises residential uses, these areas should conform to the active recreation and low-density residential designs as defined by the Garner Forward Plan. I'm not great at speaking.
No worries.
Also, while the applicant intends to include some limited green space, which I note will be too highly graded and steep and surrounded like parking lots to be useful, the applicant also proposes gating the development and preventing the public from using recreational facilities. All roads, sidewalks, and trails to this development will be private, not accessible to Garner or Wake County residents, and not contributing value to the town in general. This cuts down against the spirit of the active recreation designation, which our community sorely desires. We are regulars to Pelicans and Park Golf, to enjoy safety, socializing, outdoor, away from the home, and I still see people using the land to fly kites with their kids, run dogs, enjoy fresh air, and going up there taking pictures with their kids of the weeds. But the new Garner Forward Plan. I understand this application is not required to conform with the new Garner Forward Plan, but it still should be a topic of consideration. This development is 100% non-consistent with the new plan that has been worked on for so long. If you look at the land use and density map on page 6061, you will see 401 crossing listed as an area to level 2 strengthen or level 3 enhance, with enhance being a higher density. On the following page, the definition for enhance states, these areas are not likely to experience wholesale redevelopment, and infill development in neighborhoods enhancement areas should be small scale and sensitive to the uses. Densities and characters of surrounding homes and neighborhoods. Also on page 64, prevailing building heights for both designated is 1 to 3 stories, page 64. This project proposes 4 to 5 stories, which is direct conflict with the new guidelines. 4 and 5 story are only shown in level 4 areas, page 64. There is no level 4 areas designated in or near this project. Also, even the areas designated as level 4, which this project isn't, would allow 4 and 5 story apartments as stacked units, with the description of stacked units describing this building as having up to 16 dwellings units per building. This project proposes 500 units in 7 buildings, which is more like 70 units per building. The lack of compatibility. This brings me to our next point. The lack of compatibility of this development within the surrounding neighborhood. If you've ever been out to the site, you can see that 401 crossing is literally smack in the middle of Colonial Heights and Pinedale neighborhoods. We have many modest single-family homes in there, 1 acre at the most. Most of them are a half acre. Additionally, the density and style of this development violates basic principles of land planning, where density increases incrementally between uses. You don't go sharply from a low density to a high density as proposed here. Allowing 12 dwelling unit acre use surroundings by existing established 1 dwelling acre units is not compatible or reasonable with adjacent properties. Building 4 and 5 story apartments adjacent to mostly single family detached dwellings is not compatible or reasonable with adjacent properties. Building an 800 unit apartment complex with 0 owner occupancy surrounded by individually owned and mostly owner-occupied detached single-family neighborhoods is not compatible or reasonable with the character of adjacent properties. Balance and meeting of the housing needs. Regarding this project, providing the housing balance or meeting specific needs. Within the vicinity and 100% along US 401 corridor, the town has approved rezonings for approximately 2,500 apartment units in recent actions. 401 Assemblage, Bennett Property, Swift Creek Apartments, Common Apartments, and with under consideration, Vintage Garner. There is no shortage of apartments planned for this area, and if anything, this project will further create an imbalance of housing options in the area. We also feel very strongly this application should not be voted until the applicant submits an updated traffic plan accounting for the thousands of apartments you have approved for this year. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of our concerns. We hope you will make the right decision, appropriately follow the plans and policy you find in this project, not consistent with the 208 Garner Forward Comprehensive Plan, or compatible with adjacent uses, improves the balances use, or meets a specific demand in the town annex or better our neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
My name is Joe Malillo. I live on 1717 Pinedale Acre in Raleigh. I appreciate you guys. It's getting to be a late night. I appreciate y'all letting us still have a word. And my statement's a little bit shorter than Peter's, so that's good news. Some of our neighbors couldn't be here, school nights, work nights, but they're all very concerned, and they've entrusted Peter and I to try to convey that to you all. Before I read this statement, I just wanted to add I don't know if you would call it a caveat or not, but at least one neighborhood meeting and a council meeting, the applicant did say they did do soil testing, but since they weren't legally obligated to share it, they weren't going to do that. So I don't know, maybe that's what they're talking about now. So what I'll be speaking on is our concerns regarding the Swift Creek management, watershed management, the flooding risks, environmental features, and the open space. As we heard earlier, this project is subject to the Swift Creek Land Management Plan. The area is within the existing urban noncompliance, and it's limited to 12% maximum impervious cover, unless stormwater is treated on site, and that's explained in Table 1. If treatment is provided, the impervious coverage can go up to 30% residential and 70% non-residential. Additionally, residential density is controlled by the underlying zoning. So here, this project in Wake County is zoned R40W, which limits its density to 1 unit per acre. To change land currently designated as a maximum of 1 unit per acre and 12% impervious surface to a zoning of 12 units per acre and 70% impervious surface constitutes a major increase in density, and we feel it goes against the stated purpose and intent of the Swift Creek rules, which is to protect the watershed, a Category 2 watershed that provides drinking water and controls for flooding in our neighborhoods. Yes, 70% impervious structure is technically allowed within the SCLMP for non-residential development, commercial areas. But it does not serve the intent or purpose of the plan to allow a large commercial rental property. Further, the applicant only provides the bare minimum stormwater controls that any site in Garner has to meet, if not in the watershed. If 70% impervious is allowed in the watershed, then the applicant should provide more than the minimum treatment, such as increasing the treatment from 1 inch of runoff to 2 inch, and also matching a 100-year pre/post storm runoff. We have to keep in mind that the number of storms and their severity is on the rise. To really put this project density in perspective, the Costco in Garner has 700 parking spaces, and that's a pretty massive lot. With 800 rental units proposed here, based on the UDO, you would need at least 1,700 parking spaces, so that's basically 2.5 Costco parking lots, plus the roads and the buildings you would need, and all of that within a watershed area. Despite having been asked by town council, the applicant refuses to design the site to meet a 100-year storm, stating that it's not possible at this stage. We've consulted with experts who work in engineering and development and found that this is simply not true. It's certainly reasonable to provide a 100-year flood plan at the bare minimum. According to some council members of the town of Garner, there's even a precedent of requiring this up front. The town should not approve any developments that cannot provide a plan to protect the surrounding roads and neighborhoods from flooding. That's a huge safety hazard and also disrespectful to the existing communities. Grading and environmental concerns. The UDO states that the Planning Commission can consider the preservation of key features of the natural environment. We encourage you to actually go and walk this site. It's very hilly, has many acres of old growth hardwood and pine trees, as well as a vast open space, both of which have lots of wildlife. All of the hills mean that a lot of grading is necessary, which the applicant doesn't make clear in the plans. Much of this site is already near 4% grade, with some areas over 10%. To construct this site at the proposed density, it will require tremendous grading. That means the green spaces highlighted between buildings are going to wind up as steep slopes, not useful open space to recreate in. Also, development will destroy much of the vegetation within the interior of the site, including those long-standing hardwood trees in the woods that protect us from noise and storms and provide habitat for much wildlife. Further yet, the stability of the existing pond will be adversely affected by the impervious area increase, and coupled with the steeper slopes on all unpaved areas, will very potentially overflow often. Part of the Planning Commission process is to compare the suitability of the plan against the suitability of the current site. And we think it's clear that this hilly area in a protected watershed, smack dab in the middle of small neighborhoods along the side of a highway, is just not suited for such a high density project as proposed. And finally, and thank you for your patience, there's the concern of open space. If you look, you'll see that there's actually little usable open recreational space in this application. The applicant continuously states that they will exceed the requirements for open space, but if you look at the design, I think you'll see that it is a minimum of there's a minimum of green areas and just storm water management ponds. They mention things like pools and pickleball courts, which again are not green space. Also, because this will be a gated community with private roads and walks, there are zero recreational opportunities for the public to enjoy as they could before. Although the applicant isn't required to submit detailed plans before rezoning is approved, they continually make changes to their plans, and that makes it difficult to know their actual intentions. Still, we think it's clear, after so much back and forth with the town, that this development is neither reasonable nor appropriate for our community or the town of Garner. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, if you can keep it short.
My name's Larry Archie. I live at 1525 St. Patrick Drive, Colonial Heights. On St. Patrick Drive in front of my house is nothing but trees. I see owls. I see hawks. Last week I was sitting at my computer looking out the window. Here comes an 8-point buck running right down the street with 2 cars behind him. I run out and there were several other neighbors sitting there watching that buck. But the main thing I want to speak about is the storm water, because on St. Patrick Drive, there's one drain going under St. Patrick Drive. That's my front yard. And remember when Fran hit? The water went over the road and went right down the corner where they're going to put those little cottages. That's not going to work, because if you can drive down Woodcrest, it's steep. So is the land. Where's that water going to go? It's not going to go to that first pond. It's going to go right around it. And all that's going to get flooded. But it's flooded many times. And that's all I want to say. Just bring up that storm water, because if they don't fix it, it's doomed. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I did want to address one comment from Mr. Hearn, and just more so as a clarification. And Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but the comment about the time period from when you submit to when, I think the application can sit sort of dormant for up to 2 years by state law before it has to sort of be re-entered under the current document. So even though it was submitted in, I guess, January of last year, or, as long as it's, from the time it's submitted, it has 2 years to lay dormant before it has to be resubmitted into the current. And that's by state statute, so. Just wanted to clarify that. All right, with that, we will close the comment period to address Mr. Carson's question.
Yes, so a couple things. So one, phase 1 that identified the presence of the underground storage tank also stated that there was not a concern or need for further testing for other contaminants. As a result of the underground storage tank, current owner, applicant applied to the Brownfields program. They've received a letter of acceptance from the Brownfields program. As a result of that, land disturbance will require testing in concert with NC.DEQ and constant monitoring by NC.DEQ. So, and I do just want to note, because it was raised a couple times, this will not be a gated community, and there is not any, the amenities outside of the things that are contained within the multifamily buildings or the townhome buildings. Those are not gated. Yes, they're on private property, but they're not closed amenities. Thanks.
All right, with that, we will close public comment period. So let's go ahead and, if the commission has any follow-up questions for staff or applicant, or if we want to make a motion, that's on the floor as well, or on the table as well.
Can I make a comment?
Or it be a question, and you can make comments during a motion. Is that fair? Boylan, any further questions based on what we've heard so far?
I have no questions. I have a lot of feelings, but I have no questions at this point. I'll bring them up during our conversation.
I'll just.
I have a question for the residents. Ideally, because I've heard different emails and viewpoints, what is it that you want to see in this space? I mean, I've heard you speak about green space, communal spaces, but and then also having questions or concerns about some of the proposed buildings and stormwater. So what is it, and as a community, when you guys are speaking, what is it that you're wanting to ultimately see?
Great question. I can't say that I speak for absolutely everybody, but given the amount of building within a mile of where this site is, lots of things are coming. Some of us have been talking to the Triangle Land Conservancy. We'd love to see this turn into like what Cary has as Hemlock Bluffs, or what Apex has with their community park. We think it would really add to this side of Garner. There's nothing like that on this side of, near 401. Most of the cool stuff is a little bit further away in Garner. So as Garner starts to grow into this area, I think, given with all the building that's going on, it'd be really great to see something very green and enjoyable there. Thank you.
For this gentleman, who I can't remember your name, Michael. He said it's not a gated area, but in essence it is. We can't use any of the stuff that's there, okay? They're private roads. There's a pool. That's great, okay? They want to put pickleball courts in and tennis courts. Great, but we get to sit and watch them. So it's a private gated community. Might not have a gate out front, but it's a gated community. That's just my opinion. I mean, we've all been there. It's basically, do you want somebody to build something really nice in your neighborhood, like a pool, and say, oh, it's a community pool, but only he can use it? Same difference. Thank you.
Although it's a private road, privately maintained, the town staff is requiring that it be subject to a public access easement. So again, there is access, and I want to be clear on the pickleball racket comment, that would be in the commercial area. It would be, a business operation, so the whole community would have the same level of access to that. So, thanks.
Right. Any more questions for staff or applicant before we motion?
I'll ask this, and this has to do maybe partially with your comment just now, or response about the commercial building footprint. What I do appreciate the beginning of looking at this like our new Garner Forward comprehensive plan as a mixture of unit types. So I really appreciate that. Do we think that in this kind of neighborhood area that we're really trying to think about in our new plan, really, that the commercial component is enough commercial component for what the neighborhood idea with a commercial component to bring the community to it and also service the neighborhood itself is enough? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I had the same question.
There's four buildings, five building footprints. I'm not sure what they are, and I know you don't know what it is just yet. So if the commercial space houses the more public activity uses, does that space along 401 activate enough as a commercial component and also be incorporated internally as well as smaller neighborhood shop spaces for the neighborhood and for the community, I guess, if it's a private road with public access. You don't go very far. You go to the very front. Does that make sense? It's a question, right? That was a question. That's a question. I don't know who answers that question. Run on question. Professor talk.
I mean, I give you just a couple of things to be thinking about in that regard. One is, under the old PUD, those uses had to be capped at no more than 15%. If I'm recalling the latest version of the Garner Forward draft, I think we kind of shied away from giving recommendations in the plan itself on any amount. I think that's something that we're going to have to kind of continually look at and decide for our community what is appropriate. And some of that's going to be, I think, dependent too on how many units, because again, there's going to be a certain threshold where some of that internal is probably not going to make sense if there's not enough residential to support it. So certainly out at 401, that's a different story. But I think that's just going to be something that we have to discuss and kind of work out what we do think is appropriate as we go on. But the residential use category in the new plan doesn't preclude, the important thing is it doesn't preclude commercial, but it doesn't really also say what is most appropriate. I think that's going to be a context question that we're just going to have to work through project by project.
I would ask the applicant if whether commission or council were to request maybe a certain level of additional commercial, would that be something amenable to the applicant, or is it?
Yes, I think that's something that the applicant would consider. I do want to just inform the commission about some of the thought processes. Because of the improvements along 401, because of the lack of connection to the adjoining streets, the access points are limited to right in and right out, right? So then you think about, okay, well, what's your typical commercial development sizes? When you think about kind of a neighborhood grocery plus inline shops, well, that neighborhood grocer is typically in that 45,000 square foot range, and then you have a series of inline shops and other, so you're well into that 75, 90,000 square feet range. And just from an access standpoint, right, they typically are looking at signalized intersections for access. So understanding that our access is limited in a way, and understanding that the surrounding area is fairly low density, although we are bringing units to this area. The 45,000 square feet max allows for a number of those inline shops standalone bank, standalone restaurant, but inline coffee shops. Again, a typical, inline tenant bay is in that 2,500 square foot range. So, I mean, that's a lot of opportunities for a lot of shops, right? And we thought that that was an appropriate amount that could be served by the residents in this development and kind of the surrounding area, given the limited access. But big picture, the applicant will consider, between now and our next stop, that amount. Yep.
I think it's fair to say we're probably reacting to the scale and the boxes we see on the plan versus, the amount of scale of structure to frontage that's open and.
Right. Yeah. And it was intentional, right? I mean, just from the viability of any retail, right, needs to be along 401. We have a limited amount of frontage, and again, DOT, we used to have our access on that northern end in a different location, which kind of opened up some additional area for commercial. Again, we had the same square footage, and so we've just kind of rearranged it a little bit, but they've essentially pushed our access point kind of more into the middle there. And so, again, that also just kind of naturally breaks up and dictates the size of buildings and the types of uses that you can have. So, yep.
So along with that, those that are in the cottages on the southern part of the site and the townhouses on the southern part of the site, with the, we don't know how many parking spaces you're going to necessarily have at the commercial area of the site at the northern part or on the Fayetteville Road side. Is it so if they are shops for, I don't know, the small grocery,
right, or even a coffee shop,
to carry something from that shop back to your cottage on the south side of the property?
Very much so.
Distance-wise?
Very much so. And all of that can happen without having to get, even if someone wanted to drive a car, you don't have to get on 401 to do it. But yes, within this development, that distance, and we can figure out exactly what that distance is to give you a sense, is walkable to those shops.
It would be interesting to know that, only because part of that, neighborhood space, it's about trying to find a way to reduce, the vehicular traffic from having to exit and come back into a neighborhood. You have two access points. So not only do you, would you potentially have public accessing the public commercial area, you also have the residents going back and forth. And if there's not the grocery, just a small grocery, which is part of a neighborhood that you can get, essentials, right? They have to go to the large grocery and they leave and kind of go out. So that's the reason I asked that question. Is it really a comfortable, walkable distance? Which is why I asked the question, is there enough commercial space that is organized, also centralized, and then also perhaps on the public way?
Right. Yeah. We felt like that was really the area where it is really the only viable area for retail within the development. Again, you move it off 401, right, you lose a significant amount of visibility, and retailers, irrespective of what type of retailer they are, want visibility. And so really that's the only location on site where it made sense to have it. But yes, I will try to get you a number of kind of that distance from the south to those shops, to give you a sense of the walkability of that.
I have one more. Go ahead.
Can you comment on the parking spaces? What is the number?
Right. So we don't. But because this is a conceptual plan where we've kind of set minimums and maximums, right, we have added a condition in our master plan that says we're not seeking any reductions to parking requirements. we will have to come back through with a special use permit that shows, that has a fully kind of engineered site plan that clearly designates and identifies the location of those parking spaces, numbers those parking spaces, and we will have to demonstrate how the number of provided meets the code. But we are not asking for any reduction in parking, and that's really all we can do at this stage. But nothing kind of as part of this zoning plan. Again, we've kind of just set the maximum parameters. So if something comes in as part of that special use permit that is less than, I mean, irrespective of what it is, we're going to have to show that we're compliant with parking.
So I had one more question, and hopefully we can move this along because it's getting late for all of us. But I think it is important, though. So I know council has requested, and it's also been brought up by the community, about treating and detaining the 100-year storm. There's been a precedent set at a nearby development that was approved, at least by us, I think, over the summer. Could you respond to that request, since it's something that I know they were, I don't know if they were adamant, but they were more than just a glancing question?
Yeah, so I will answer that, and also just want to address maybe one of the comments that I heard. So right now, this site has no detention whatsoever, right? And yes, there's some impervious areas, other pervious areas, but when rain's hitting this site today, whatever doesn't infiltrate is sheet flowing off the site with no treatment, no detention, right? When this site, any site gets developed, any area that is disturbed as part of the development, any area, water that will hit that area has to be directed into the stormwater system that will be done as a part of this site. So there's not a situation where we develop part of this site and the rain that hits that area doesn't get directed into our treatment and detention facility. So I just kind of wanted to make that clear, that from the 100-year storm event, yes, we've evaluated, and we're not able to make that commitment at this time. Some of the factors that come into that are the sizing of the ponds required to accommodate that 100-year storm event. We will be doing that kind of fully engineered plan as part of the special use permit process. But at this stage, we're not able to make that commitment to detain to the 100-year storm event.
All right, I think in respect for everyone's time, it is 10:30. If we can, maybe if there's a motion, we can further our discussion, but I think we've exhausted our questions for the applicant and staff. Yes, ma'am.
Someone asked before about.
I think we need to move on, just out of respect for everyone's time. I apologize, but I appreciate it. Do we have a motion so that we can discuss something? And I will remind you that, well, I'll just ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move that the Planning Commission deny CZPD 2203 to Town Council because it does not meet the consistency statement on Garner Forward Plan. At the proposed residential densities, the master plan is considered inconsistent with this current adopted land use. Under the, we balance consistency and reasonableness. It doesn't meet consistency. I don't believe it meets reasonableness because it's not in keeping with the community character. And for those reasons, I recommend this be denied in its current form.
Have a second for discussion. I will go down the line, and if you want to, I'll start with Ms. Hodges for any comments you may want to provide.
I am conflicted, let's say that. I would like to see better consistency. I would like to see questions answered from the residents, questions answered by the client. I can see the use. I can see the reasoning for it to not be in line with the comprehensive plan. I see where maybe it is reasonable. I can see where it's moving Garner forward. But there are concerns that have been brought up that I think are valid, that need to be addressed before moving forward.
Jefferson?
I'd probably say I'm a bit conflicted as well. I think that so I'll say this, as an approach to aligning as much as it could be to our current plan that is in process, I really appreciate that. I appreciate that I see different unit types. I see that there is a change of scale in some locations. There's a commercial component, which I do appreciate. I think I still have some questions concerning how that is, fully accessible without having to only drive in a neighborhood. If we're really trying to design it around that idea of a neighborhood, I think that there might be some more centralized approaches to that to reduce the need to move a car and invite the public at the same time. I'm not really sure how that really works. With the existing landscape, because it has a lot of slope and change, there's a lot of grading to make that a comfortable walk, I'm assuming, to that. I still don't know that I see or understand that just yet. So I appreciate it, the task and the work that you've done to try to figure out how to incorporate these new ideas into a plan that you didn't have to necessarily do that in. So I really appreciate that. But if we are going to look at the 2018 Garner Forward Plan, and that's what we're going to try to align with, then the inconsistency of the density is a little bit difficult to align with, if that also makes sense. So it kind of makes me think, okay, do we go under a new one, the new one, right? The architectural character, I am not, of course, trying to tell you how to design architecturally, but driving through the streets and even walking through the streets of the existing neighborhood on Google Maps as well, you can see the character of the connectiveness of the front of the house, the porch facing the street. You see your neighbor's porch. Some of the townhouses have side entrances and not front entrances. The garages are really large and forward without any kind of semi-public space that you engage the street, which bothers me a little bit. So I'm in that conflicted space. I mean, I really appreciate the work that's been done. I can see there's work on this plan, but I think that there's still some more to figure out to help answer. And I think the question of the neighbors. But at the same time, I think it's this inconsistency of it's a private road with public access, but then it feels like it's not really a public accessible space with only one kind of northern section that's really public. And that's also partly because the residents don't want the connectivity between their neighborhoods. So it's a two-way, it's a double-edged sword. So you kind of can't get both, right? In order for you to feel like you can connect to it, we've got to connect to your neighborhoods in our streets. But then also, if it's not, then it seems more private. But I think there's I don't know.
Right.
Okay, I'm done.
Mr. Voiland. Sorry. Turn over to Mr. Voiland.
Yeah, I seconded the motion from Ralph. I don't think I'm conflicted. what's flashing through my mind here is the single word density. This is the thing that is really bugging me. And the two phrases that keep flashing in my mind is the incongruity of character between this and the surrounding. Other phrase is the external. There's been a lot of discussion about how they might buffer or insulate this from those neighborhoods, but I don't think that is going to insulate the region from the externalities of all that additional traffic and 3,000 or 4,000 more people living in that area. I'm really stuck on those issues.
I just wanted to make one more comment, and it has to do with the recreational spaces. They seem to have been designed as an afterthought. Page 35, your activity lawns, the little diagram looks like a nice big city block, nice rectangular area. But you look on the actual plan, and up on the north end, you got a little triangular wedge. Over on the west side of the property, you got something, I guess you could put a dog leg in there and a golf hole, but that's about it. These pocket parks are not sufficient. I just think the whole green space, excluding the buffers, but the interior green space is wholly insufficient. But I come back to the density and not meshing with the character of the neighborhood. And from all of the emails and hearings that I've reviewed, it appears that the surrounding neighborhoods or development, just not this development. And that's why I'm saying in its current form, I do not support this.
Thank you. I'll add my comments. I really appreciate sort of the thinking of the multi-layered product. I'm really intrigued by the cottage court. I think that's a fantastic idea. Great to see how that plays out. I think getting back to consistency, to me, it comes down to density as well. I think, 1 to 2 units per acre up against 10 or 13 is too much. I really am bothered by how this development turns its back onto the neighborhoods and rather than try to engage them. Single family on the perimeter to really buffer, use that as a buffering. So not against apartments necessarily, not against townhomes necessarily, but unfortunately, I feel like a lot of the example images and the presentation, the examples of North Hills and Fenton are just not matching up to what I'm seeing on the plan. They're a bit more urban, live workspaces, spaces that front and central. I mean, I love the idea of the central spaces. They're fantastic. I think we need more of these central spaces in our communities, whether they're large, whether they're small. They need to be organizing features, I think. So I will leave it at that since I don't want to repeat really much anything else. So with that, I think we're ready for a vote. Please make sure you repeat the motion.
I don't have the full language written down, but the motion was to deny the project, to find it inconsistent and not reasonable.
And not consistent with the surrounding community character.
I will call the vote. John Blasco.
Aye.
Ralph Carson.
Oh, sorry. Aye.
Jehan Hodges.
Aye.
Philip Jefferson.
Aye.
And Michael Boylan.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
I think, well, one last statement, but I think this project with the different surroundings is a winner. It's in just the wrong context. Appreciate everyone's effort and time. I know we all went through a lot and I know you all have families and pets and stuff to get to, so appreciate you hanging in there.
Everybody else does too. So.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Moving on, Mr. Triesenberg and Miss Ashley. I think we are ready for our planning director report.
Can't make a dash for the door yet.
Why is he still in the mic? Go ahead. I'm here.
I'll give everybody just a minute to clear out.
If you all wouldn't mind taking your conversations outside so we can continue our business, please. If you wouldn't mind taking your conversations outside so we can continue our business.
You all did a good job.
Thank you. No worries.
Very much. Thank you.
Alrighty. So just a quick recap on council stuff. On the meeting of October 17th, there was a public hearing held for, you've probably heard a mention of this project, the Vintage Garner, which is kind of near here, but on the other side of 401. That public hearing was started. It was continued to a meeting here in November, but it's actually going to be continued further into December. So that one likely will not show up on your agenda till probably January. Staff also introduced 2 text amendments to the council at their meeting on October 30th. That was the work session. One of those is being sponsored by Councilmember Dellinger and the other one by staff. And we got to go ahead to move both of those forward. Those will probably be on roughly the same schedule with December, kind of January, February timeframe. Then most recently here on November 6th, this would not have come before you, but there was a special use permit approval for Gregory Pool, their site in Greenfield North, which is probably, if it's not the last site, there might be one more site there that's not particularly large. But that was approved. And so therefore, Greenfield North is probably pretty well built out after that. And then Ms. Jones, the town attorney, brought the development agreement revisions to the Cambria Walters Buffalo project to get that extended out for and revised as that needed to be. So just so you're aware of that. And then Garner Forward, we are looking at that for the meeting on November 21st. That meeting is starting at 5 p.m. Just due to the potential length of that agenda. So again, if you'd like to show up for that,
That
definitely
first on the
encourage you.
agenda, or is it down the list?
Is it first, John? I think we kind of did work a way out for it to kind of be.
Hey, good evening, everyone. At council's request, I think it'll be the first item under new old business, but I think council, we're going to move that ahead of the public hearings, which is atypical. So it should be very close to the beginning of the agenda. I believe there's a presentation or something that does not typically take a long time. So it'll be very close to the beginning of the agenda, but you'll see the agenda will look a little different to accommodate that.
All right. Unfortunately, I won't be able to attend. I'll be traveling, but I'll try to tune in on the Facebook Live.
What was the date on that again?
November 21st.
Which is next Monday.
Next Tuesday. And then just a few internal notes. This lovely young lady to my right has been promoted to a Planner 2 position within the department.
Congratulations.
So we're very excited for her. Of course, that means we've got a position to backfill. So hopefully that won't be too far down the pipeline. And we do hope to be probably within the next week or so advertising for the assistant planning director position. And also just to keep you in the loop too, if you haven't seen, we've kind of highlighted the interactive development map on its own page, along with a kind of a static version of our pipeline for all active projects. So you can check that out on the website. And Alex, our GIS analyst, has been slowly rolling out some improvements to the map function. So we're kind of excited about that. You can now search for, in some different ways. And we've also think that we've found a way where maybe we can get more of the plan information available for folks. It's certainly now much more prominent than it was. You'll actually get kind of like a little preview of the plan sheet at the top of the window when you click on a spot on the map. Before it was kind of buried, you had to look for the link that said view more information or something to that effect. So we're excited about that too. And that is all I have for y'all.
I had a question, and maybe we've asked this before. Forgive me if I have or we have, but kind of stemming from tonight's conversation and discussion about the treating the 100-year storm. We're hearing that more and more. I know state regulations are the 25-year storm, and we basically meet state regulations. I should know this, but I don't think there's really a standard nomenclature for a 50-year storm. It's really the 1, the 2, the 10, the 25, the 100. I believe some municipalities do require treatment of the 100-year. Have we considered that, or at least maybe in specific areas that are maybe related to the Swift Creek watershed, or just thinking that the 100-year storm is becoming way more frequent than what it was really intended, or what it speaks to, I guess.
So David is here and Leah's online, but I'll just say generally, I think engineering has identified areas that are problematic and are already asking for that. I think some of the debate, though, that we've had is that really appropriate for the entire Lake Benson watershed? Because that goes a long ways. That goes all the way. That includes all of downtown. It includes, areas that are much further away. So the precedent that's been set was like right near Lake Benson for things that are, for something that we're not aware of is a problem area. So we just need to be cognizant, I think, of that is what we've been discussing as staff. But
yeah, that's been my understanding too, that it's, I think the engineering manual doesn't necessarily narrow down where the 100-year is. It says, 1, 10, 20, 25, and 100 as applicable.
Yeah.
But I think it's been applied to areas primarily that are known to have flooding issues and stuff. So,
or maybe thought of an overlay district that may encompass a certain corridor, or I'm just thinking about, because we had those Swift Creek waters, whatever that was on 401. What was that called? That was like 2 or 3 months ago. It was.
The Swift Creek Apartments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so they, that was obviously a concern. They were very amenable to that.
Right.
Obviously, there's somewhat of a concern here. The applicant was not amenable to it. But, I know we have the Lake Benson Conservation Overlay District, which has some pretty strict standards, and just didn't know if there was consideration maybe for the Swift Creek, creating an overlay or something.
We've already got so many overlays
Yeah, I know,
for Swift
right?
Creek.
I think it's going to be a question a lot more. I think we've heard those questions a lot. We've asked those questions a lot.
Yeah.
Is there a point at which we kind of hit that tipping point, and that's
Maybe. There's, Leah wants to
Yeah, I was
chime
gonna
in.
say, is that a?
Hey, Leah.
Hey, I didn't want to just butt in. Yeah, so just, I think, David and Jeff covered it well, but just to elaborate a little bit. Primarily, so kind of the catch, and I think sometimes the misunderstanding for some people is the priority in the Swift Creek area and the Lake Benson area is the water quality piece. And, we have more stringent requirements on treatment because of that. So the way that the UDO and the manual is written is, at the discretion of the town engineer to require the 100-year storm, which, we require up to the 25, which is not required by the state, but that's a town requirement and has been for a long time. So the areas that we so far have required the 100-year storm detention in are ones that we have documented downstream flooding issues. So for example, like anything upstream of like the Greenbrier area and that floodplain where we know that we have reported flooding concerns, as well as like Buck Branch that goes through Forest Ridge and some of those streets where we know we have downstream flooding issues. So there's a couple things we could look at it in the Swift Creek area. Generally, the water quality is more of the concern there than the quantity. We also are really hoping that sometime in the near future, on a larger scale, those storms will be updated, because that's a lot of the issue that everyone's running into, is that a 25-year storm is really not a 25-year storm anymore.
Right, exactly.
So there is, some hope that those will be updated more at a state modeling level, at least, so that we are not necessarily upping what we require, but we're requiring a more accurate reflection of that storm event.
Yeah, I feel like going to the 100-year is sort of a leg kick reaction to that.
Right.
That idea is that the 25-year really isn't the 25-year anymore.
Right. And it can be questionable in some areas, because we've had some specific areas where we've had flood studies done, and it can be more beneficial to actually provide less detention in those areas, because you want to let that first flush of water sort of move through more quickly, and sometimes detaining from a flooding perspective can actually be more detrimental. So it gets kind of tricky in some areas where you're releasing water, especially directly into floodplains, that you don't necessarily want to hold everything, because then you're just delaying the deluge of water that comes through. So that's why we just want to be careful about where we make that requirement, as it's not always the best option.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All I had. Anyone else before we wrap this show up? All right, with that, I will adjourn. Officially adjourn.
The real adjourn.